Hello, these spectacular specimens of humankind, you happy-go-lucky scamps of individuals. Welcome on in to the Cult of Vein, the home of hedonism here. Oh, forgot that the chat was over this side now. Forgot all about that. Forgot all about that, but it's there. There it is. Oh, my lordy. Welcome on in. How you doing? How's it going? Welcome to the Cult of Vein, home of hedonism. Here on our little corner of Twitch called twitch.tv/ValenVein. Welcome on in. I am a sleepy panda, friends, and I ache like a father mucker. Like a father of muckers is what I do. But first, before we go any further, thank you very much for 100 little panda rings, Eris told me, even if it did come with a terrible Egypt-based dad joke. But secondly, I got some people to put on the mirror of Vein. God, feels like it's been forever since I've done this, but that's because I have a really busy weekend. Hold on. There we go. Who have we got here? Midgard Falls coming in for the 20 months and a Lunicorn coming in for the 64 months. Jeezy crazy. And Lunicorn. 666. Both of your names have been inscribed on the Mirror of Vein. By having your names upon the Mirror of Vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devils. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, harra, sexy. Oh, yes, meow. You know? You know?
Panda to my ego, panda to it, panda to it!
They've just discovered a new mummy covered in chocolate and nuts. Pharaoh Roche.
Oh, for fuck's sake. God damn it, Milky Pog. Thank you very much for the 100 little panda rings. This is how it's gonna go today, is it? This is how we're gonna do it today. This is how things are gonna go today. Yeah, God damn it. Rach coming in for the 40 months. I've just put it down.
Evening beams.
I've just put it down. Rach did a stellar job with the show that I was hosting on Friday. Rach was the producer. We raised a cosmic fuck ton of money for charity, which was amazing. But I'll talk about that in a minute. Rage coming in for the 40 months. Dear Lord, all of you being paid subscribers, taking us one step closer to the 60-40 split. In March, I had something on my hand. I've inscribed your name upon the Mirror of Vein as well. By having the name upon the Mirror of Vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat. Of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you gotta roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, harra, sexy. Oh, yes, meow. You know? You cheeky devils. Oh. How you doing, friends? How's it going? Where was I? What was I saying? What was that? Oh, yeah, that was right. I was berating you for your terrible dad jokes. That was what was going on. How you doing, Milky Pork? Yeah, how you doing, Milky Pork? How you doing, Midgard Falls? Alec Wallace, welcome on in. Gilus, hello, you cheeky devil. Bits, you wonderful bean. How's it going, Zooey Booey?
Panda to it, panda to it!
Oh look, something is nearly here. Something to stroke and caress till it explodes.
You can't help yourselves, can you? You can't help yourselves. You're gluttons. Gluttons for the ectoplasm spraying all over you like a Gaviscon advert. You just cannot help yourself. Good Lord. Friends, if you happen to be new here, just be aware of the fact that we treat trains like impromptu erections. If you leave them alone, they will go away. They'll go away. I'll be on a train on Friday. I'm traveling to another city to film shitloads of content. Oh, that's the plan, but all of the places I have emailed to try and film, they've not emailed me back, so... Looks like the weekend
panda to my ego, panda to it, panda to it!
Hey there, Valen.
Hi.
Yesterday I was watching at Hey Alexandra Griffin playing Cyberpunk. Best game ever. She picked the very best ending ever for the game.
Oh.
Happy smiley.
No dad joke? No dad joke.
Panda to my ego, panda to it, panda to it!
Have some fun news then. I have officially 100% booked a hotel for Hull, purchased my Oyster card for London, and am slowly starting to pack. 70 whole days until you get to be blessed with my gloriousness. Also, what do you call an Egyptian doctor?
Yeah,
a chiropractor.
Most kind.
second carriage connected.
A chiropractor. Jesus. There's no escaping it, is there? There's no bloody escaping it. No bloody escaping it. Midgard Falls gifting a sub to Gaping. Wow. Wow. That's how I feel right now. Gaping. All right. Whoop. Thank you very much for giving that sub to Gaping. 20-second gift sub in the chat there. I shall now describe Gaping on the Mirror of Vein. By having a name on the Mirror of Vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat. Of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is your roll over every morning.
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
My neighbor is a cougar and into BDSM. You could say she is into strapping young lads.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh my god. Dabba Gogsworth, thank you very much for giving us up to Phoenix of the Fens there, you beautiful bean. That's very, very kind of you. I still haven't said hello to everybody. What the fuck is wrong with you people? By having your name on the Mirror of any means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat. And of course you get access to all the sexy little emotes, but the most important thing is you gotta roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, harr, sexy, oh yes, meow, you know? You know? It's the only way to do it. The only way to do it. Right. Done. 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 Did you enjoy the end of Cyberpunk, Alexander Griffin? Did you now is it finally completed, or have you got more to do? Have you got more to do? But welcome on in, all you delightful individuals. Let me once again continue saying hi to people. Grio, hello you cheeky devil. Zooey Booey, hello you beautiful bean. Lady Daydream, how you doing? How's it going? Eris Ptolemy, cheeky devil, how's it going? Very excited about the thingy. But 70 days. Why are you packing now? You got 70 days. Excuse me, I will probably pack my bag on Friday morning, several hours before I leave to get on the train. You know? JM Beard, how's it going? Jay Denton, you cheeky devil, welcome on in. Kindred, hello, hello. You do see darkness. We always start with darkness, because by starting with darkness, it allows the true magnificence of my existence to be cast upon you like a light at the end of the tunnel. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean?
Panda to my
Vents,
ego.
how you doing?
Panda to it. Panda to it.
There was once a king that was only 12 inches tall.
Oh, God.
He didn't make a great king, but he made a great ruler.
Oh, come on. Come on. I've had a very exhausting weekend, friends. It's been very exhausting. I did a wonderful, wonderful show on Friday night, then had 2 hours sleep, and then drove back to Hull and had to do a 13-hour day on my fucking feet. I'm a slippy panda. Slippy panda. God damn it. Thank you very much for the 100 little panderings. Dear Lord. Dear fucking Lord. I can't believe that you people have you've already hit the fucking level 2 with these preposterous dad jokes. They are preposterous. Preposterous, I tell you. Even if folks Hotball is well spent the weekend car booting, downsizing as the house is too big for me to be rattling around in alone. That's entirely fair. That is entirely fair. I have been selling roleplay books. Old roleplay books that I haven't used in years and years and years and years and years. In fact, they're not even my roleplay books. They're somebody else's roleplay books, but they left them with me over a decade ago. So I'm selling them because I haven't spoken to the person in over a decade. So as far as I'm concerned, they're fucking mine. Do you know what I mean? It was like, here, will you look after these for me? Yeah, sure. Oh, I haven't spoken to you in a decade. Cool. Right, well, I'm selling them. There you go. There you go. So I get that. I get that entirely. Ewan, how you doing, you cheeky devil? Welcome on in. How's it going? Dabba Cogs with cheeky wonderful being at you. Flattery will get you everywhere. It certainly will. It certainly will. It always has so far. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm hoping.
Panda to my ego.
When I get
Panda to it. Panda to it.
How did Odin greet to his son when in Egypt? Hate ho.
That was weak. That was weak. That was weak. That was weak. Are you telling me? Weak. 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 God damn it. Oh, look at that. Oh, no. Oh, the train's disappeared. Oh, shucks. Oh, diddums. Oh, shucks. Ooh. Oh, shucks. Gotcha. Gotcha. Shucks. Thank you very much, everybody. If you've got hype train emotes, could you throw them out? And I'd say a massive thank you to all those people that sub, that gifted sub, that throw all those cheeky little bitties out there. I really, really appreciate it. That's very, very kind of you, friends. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all the biddies. Thank you so much for all the subs and the gift subs. That's very, very kind of you. Fuck you for the dad jokes. But the rest of it, I really appreciate. The rest of it, I really appreciate. The dad jokes, I don't care for. Yeah, look, there's a random assortment of hype train emotes. There you go. There you go. Look at that. There you go. Special, just for you.
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
What do you call it when Valen floats? Flamboyant.
Oh my god. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on. I need more tea. I don't need more tea. I need a fucking brandy is what I need. Dear fucking Lord. Thank you very much for the 100 little panda rings of adding. And once again, fuck you for that ad joke. There we go. There we go. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Zabadian. Also, how you doing? Zabadian, how are you feeling? Are you on the mend? How many more weeks until you're mended? These are things I need to know. Where the fuck was I? Lunicorn, hello, you cheeky devil. How you doing? Astrakeus, welcome on in. How's it going? Alexander Griffin, hello. How you doing, you cheeky devil? You're a papa, of course. Hello, you beautiful bean. Sarcasm from Europapa there. Oh, was that sarcasm? Oh, was it not a good ending? Did you not have a good ending? I've never played it, so I don't know what I'm missing out on. I want to play it, but I haven't played it yet. Just rubbing salt in the wound at the ending I got. Oh, okay. All right, I got you. Absolutely. Hello, Druidess of Midian. How you doing, you beautiful bean? Perfect timing to just wake up and there's still a few hours left in the day. There's still a few hours left in the day, yeah. Yeah. It's like, what, 20 past 7 now? So you got like a good 5 hours at the very least. You know? How's it going, Aurelia? How you doing, you cheeky devil? You cheeky devil, you. Welcome on in. How's it going? It's just after 6 a.m. Gaping seemed like a solid name. Gaping is a solid name. That is very, very true. Very, very true. How's it going, One True Cripple? Hello, you beautiful individual. I'm still catching up with just saying hello to everybody first. Haven't even got that far. I'm on the mend. Wednesday, I'm going to ask that. I think it will be a very, very long time. Oh, no, I'm going to hear that.
Panda to it.
I thought I liked spheres. Then I realized they're pointless.
Oh my god. I was gutted to hear that, Zabadian. I was gutted to hear that, and then your dad joked me, and now I did just what? No, I'm still gutted to hear that. How's it going, Wild Annie? Could I get a shout out if I've got a mod available? Could I get a shout out for Wild Annie, please? I would really appreciate that. If not, I'll do it in a second. It's not a problem. Because if I don't, then I'll forget something that I'd rather not realize that I left something. Just start making a list now, then, Eris. Make a list. Instead of packing shit 70 days early, make a list. And then when it comes to it, go through and put all the stuff in the bag that's on the list. You know? Evening had a wonderful time with the CCs on stream. Getting about a third right and the rest is hilarious. Oh, God. I dread to think what it's actually saying to me. I dread to think. Val, I suggest a safe phrase for when you've had enough dad jokes. Maybe something like, I joked on that one. God damn it, Grio. God fucking damn it. Dear Lord. People go check out Wild Annie. I was hanging out there earlier. I didn't say hi, Wild Annie. I was too busy doing a million fucking things. Because I'm very sleepy. I've had so much sleep. Like, Saturday night and Sunday night. And I still feel fucking shattered. I still feel shattered and achy. Like, all of my muscles are complaining that I exist at the moment. But that's what you get for walking around for 13 hours straight on 2 hours sleep. Sleepy, sleepy boy. Sleepy, sleepy boy. It's just so much easier to pre-pack than rush last second, especially when my Friday might be so busy because getting my hair braided, so it could be an all-day shenanigans. Yeah, but look, yeah, Eris, easier to pre-pack than rush last second. You're 70 days early, 70 days early, multiple months early. That is a lot of time. There's no last minute in there. Because what's going to happen is you're going to pack stuff into a bag and then you're going to be like, yeah, I'm done. I'm sorted. I've got everything I need. And then you'll need something from inside the bag and you're like, shit, where the fuck is it? Oh yeah, I've got to unpack everything in order to get that one thing that I need. That's why lists. If you're feeling anxious about it, then lists, you know? Now I know you asked what. God damn it, Semba. What is it today, friends? You all chose chaos. You all woke up and went, do you know what? Fuck life. Chaos! 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 You bastards. Bastards, alright? Then whether for caught sight, where the fuck was I? Huh? Should do a competition, clip a pic of what the caption says, and then ask people to guess what was actually said. Oh my god. That would be very, very entertaining. That would be very, very entertaining. Thank you very much, Zemba, by the way. I can do more and more, so that feels good. Oh, as in with your... I thought you were just referring to dad jokes for a second there, Zabadian. I thought you were just like, I can do more and more dad jokes, and that feels good. Fuck you, Valen. But no, you were referring to your shoulder, which is good. Which is good. I'm genuinely really happy to hear that. You have, but I missed what you asked. I tend to tune you out. That's entirely fair. That's legit. That's legit. Figured it out. Yeah, it was. Also, here, Semba, while I've got you, could I also get a shout out for Hey Alexander Griffin, please? I'd really appreciate that. I'd really appreciate that. That you already had it. You were on it. Fucking that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that wondrousness. Yeah, had that one ready to go. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. People go check out Hey Alexander Griffin. Go check out both of these beautiful individuals. Wild Annie was playing a new age blend of Raft and Minecraft this morning, which was very, very interesting. Looks like a very cool game if you're that kind of person. Do you know what I mean? If you're a person that likes Minecraft and Raft and that kind of thing, then it looks like a quite cool game. And Hey Alexander Griffin plays, has been playing Cyberpunk and recently completed Cyberpunk. And tears, I'm sure, fell. Lots and lots of tears. Lots of crying. Because sometimes I think that it's just because of the kind of emotional and empathetic storylines that hit like when Hey Alexander Griffin is playing games. Do you know what I mean? And then there's other times that make me think that maybe Alexandra just picks the choices because she thoroughly enjoys the feeling of tears streaking down her face. I'm not entirely sure. It could be either. It could be either of them, you know? You know? The chat feels like everyone's wearing sassy pants today. They definitely are. They definitely are. They've woken up going, hey, Valen's definitely going to be really tired today. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see. Let's see how far we can push this, you know? But then I could lose the list, Valen, considering the brain fog that I've had over the past 2 weeks. Better safe than sorry. But that's beyond safe than sorry. Put the list on your notes on your phone. If you lose your phone, it'll be a much bigger problem. You know what I mean? You know? Can you guess what this was? I have no idea. 7 farmland, Conla income, and Candian, the more funny Monty, and eager for being branded as worries. Yeah, I fully understood that. That was farmland belonging to a dude called Connor from LA. He had his primary income was actually being a Canadian, but not a true Canadian. A make-believe Canadian. You know, like people stand on street corners and they dress like Charlie Chaplin and people come and take photos with them. Well, he was pretending to be a Canadian. But because of the fact that he had been watching a lot of the Full Monty, he decided to adapt some of the Full Monty into his act by pissing everywhere, hence the pee. That was very, very funny, according to a lot of people who were eager for more. However, but because of the fact that he was like dressed as a Canadian and pissing everywhere, all of the brands that were working with him were really worried. I got you. I got you. All right. I got you. Terry MB, how you doing? Welcome on in. How's it going? Joke's on you as I'm packing all my summer clothes now because I don't need them until after I return. You watch. Just to spite you, the weather will be really warm tomorrow. Just to spite you, Eris. How's it going, Julian? How you doing, you beautiful individual? You've been sick since Friday. Torturing you is going to buy my happy chemicals. I see how it is. I was genuinely expecting to not be streaming today because I was expecting to get ill. Like, literally, when I went to the show on Friday, I was shivering. I was not a well bunny. All right, I was shivering and I was like, ooh, is this because I haven't eaten? Is it because I have eaten? Is it because what's going on here? I'm not feeling great. It's all right. I'll just dose the fuck up and it'll be fine. So I took some pills and I was fine. There was no like coughing or spluttering or anything like that. It was all right. It was okay. But it was early signs and I was like, do you know what? Chunk has been really fucking ill last week. There is a fair chance that that is now in my system. And then when I woke up, I was shivering on Saturday morning. I had some like weird sort of shivers going on. And I was like, fucking, I'll just get some pills back in me, get some Lemsip back in me, and I'll be all right. It was okay. And then I was just like, well, I'm just tired. So that's all fine and dandy. Marched around for 13 hours straight, doing what I needed to fucking do. And it was sensational. Both the show on Friday night and the show all day fucking Saturday were sensational. It was so much fun. But Jesus fucking Christ, was I tired. Went for a pint afterwards with a load of the crew just to sort of ease out the day. And then was just like, right, I need to go because I am so fucking tired. Got back home, pretty much fell asleep straight away, slept for 10 hours. Woke up and was like, okay, now I've got to be awake for a day. Said hi to my mother. Spent most of the day in bed just trying to fucking exist. And I was fully expecting, I was meant to have a massage. I was meant to go for a massage because I was like, if I'm going to be walking around for 13 hours straight, then I need to book in a massage on the Sunday so that I can like ease out all of the fucking tension in those muscles from all of the walking and the moving around and doing all the exercise, you know? But because of the fact that I was worried that once the adrenaline had fucking eased off, and all of like the post-event blues had hit and everything like that, that I'd end up getting really fucking ill, I postponed the massage because I was like, I can't afford to get the masseuse ill because she's a self-employed person and she is a relative friend of mine, you know, like we cross social circles and I really enjoyed the massage last time. I was like, I don't want to infect her when she's a self-employed person because she'll have to take time off because she can't afford to infect all of her clients. You know, so I was like, hey, can I rearrange it because I've got a big fear that it's gonna hit me on Sunday. And she was like, no, I really appreciate you being considerate. No worries, we'll postpone it until you're ready, until you're healthy again and what have you. And then when it didn't hit on Sunday, again, I felt like I've got a bit of a headache, like shivery again, but it didn't hit like I was expecting it to. And I was like, fuck's sake, this is so annoying. And again this morning I was like, woke up, headache, shivery, but it's not there, and it's irritating because I just want it to fucking hit me and get it over and done with. Do you know what I mean? You know when you know when there is a lurgy in your system, you know when there is a lurgy in your system and you're like, I can feel that the lurgy is there, can it just fucking hit me, please? Just get it over and done with. Just hit me, I'll be fucking snotty for 24 hours and then I'll be all right. What the fuck? Do you know what I mean? Feeling sick without actual sickness, yeah, it's really annoying. Fucking get it over and done with. God damn it. My body's fighting it. Well, my body could just, instead of dragging it out, can I not just get it over and done with? I don't have the patience for shit like that. I don't have the patience. You know? We need both summer and winter ones. Everything goes on here. This is very, very true. As I listen to Lunicorn's advice, both summer and winter wardrobes, itchy nose, are advisable for British weather at all times, because it can be literally. In fact, you know what? Saturday was a perfect example, Eris, of what the British weather is like. Woke up, blistering fucking sunshine, absolutely glorious weather, fantastic for most of the morning. Then all of a sudden, out of fucking nowhere, hailstone. Hailstone for about an hour and a half. Then it got real cold, and then it got cloudy, but like, so no sun and stuff like that, and really fucking cold, but no more inclement weather. It was so fucking weird. Hailstone out of nowhere after like 20-degree heat. It was a bizarre one. It was a very, very bizarre one. Do normally, but you know, safety first. Yeah. It'll cost me what you cost me. Oh my god, damn it, Semba. Damn it, Semba. Good lord. Will it close to the last week of May? I don't think so. You'd be surprised. You would be surprised. Last year, Eris told me we had more storms in this country than we have had on record. And it was weird, because we'd have a sunny day and then we'd have a fucking wintry storm blowing out of fucking nowhere. So just bring a jumper, bring some kind of pullover, as you call it in America, just to be sure, just to be careful. You know? You know? The horrors persist, but so do I. Love it. Alexander cried, but I think this was more about the terrible ending. Ah, okay. I got you. That makes sense. That makes more sense, for sure. I packed those last time, then need my winter clothes until mid-May here. You never know with the UK, that's the thing. I love that you made sense of it. Of course, Wild Annie. If there's one thing that you can trust, is that I am a very good translator of nonsensical babble. It will be stupidly warm tomorrow, which is funny because there's snow right now. Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Weather making sense in 2026? No, I don't think so. I don't fucking think so. Good, thanks. Also have sick people in my house. My health usually means that you get it first and worst. Oh god, what a nightmare. What a fucking nightmare. How is the glorious Chunk? He's feeling much better. Thank you very much, Tunackers. He cooked himself a massive a massive pot of chicken curry earlier, which smelled fucking divine. Obviously not having it, being a vegetarian myself, but it did smell fucking divine.
Hand it to my ego. Hand it to it.
Maycat seems to like stormy weather. When it rains, it purrs.
Why are you like this? Why? Thank you very much for the 100 little panderings. God damn it. Bloody dad jokes. When it rains, it purrs. Fuck my life. I can't remember what I was saying now. Yeah, Chunk. Yeah. No, he's off with his partner tonight. They haven't seen each other in a while because of being ill and other bits and pieces that have gone on in a while. So they haven't seen each other for a while. So they're spending some quality time tonight at Chunk's mum's house, I think, and gone somewhere. Prav ended up in the same day emergency care the next day. Prav ended up in emergency care the next day. Did you tell me this? This is ringing bells. This is ringing bells. Did you tell me this? A lot of the fucking Saturday was a bit of a blur to me, to be honest with you. But you might have told me this. Fucking hell, that's awful. That's awful. Feeling the same, feeling sick without actually getting sickness. Yeah. Creepeats, how you doing? How's it going? Crazy 8, hello, you beautiful individual. How's it going? Can I get a shout out for Creepeats, please? I'd really, really appreciate that. If I've got a mod available, I would appreciate it. I'd appreciate it. Yeah, feeling sick without actually sickness. Yeah, I'm not feeling ill. I just know that it's in my system. People go check out look at this dark cousin of mine. He's not an actual, like, blood relative cousin, but we're cousins through something stronger than blood. Eyeshadow.
Hand it to my ego. Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
Speaking of storms, whatever happened to the cow that was lifted into the air by the tornado? Utter disaster.
Oh my god. Like, why do you kick me while I'm down? Why do you kick me while I'm down? Why do you do that? Why do you wait for me to be in pain, wounded, tired and fatigued, a shell of my former self, bloodied on the floor, and then cover me in salt and vinegar and give me a good old boot up the jacksie? Why? Why are you like this? Why? God damn it. God damn it. Thank you very much for the 100 little panderings. You're a papa, you shit. What was I even fucking saying? I can't even remember. Can't even remember. Yeah, there's something in my system. I'm not worrying about it too much. Like, it's just annoying. Like when you wake up and you're like shivery and sleepy, even though you've had loads of sleep, and it's just like there's something going on here. I'm also slightly more emotional than usual. Slightly more emotional than usual.
Pander to my ego. Pander to it. Pander to it.
What do you call a flat earther vampire? A Nosferatu.
A Nosferatu. You wound me. You wound me. God damn it. Good lord. Thank you very much for 100 little panderings about it. Jesus Christ. My sick as well, and not really. Like it's definitely in my system. It's definitely in my system. Because Chunk, my housemate, was really fucking ill last week. Like really, really ill last week. So I know that I've got it. I know it's in my system. And the telltale signs are there. Like I said, waking up with a headache, waking up like slightly shivery, not too shivery, just slightly shivery. And feeling a little bit emotional. Just a little bit emotional. Which is unusual for me on a day-to-day basis. Especially at the moment. But yeah, just feeling a little bit emotional. I'm just like, what's going on here? Oh, there's definitely an illness in my system. Okay, I've got to deal with this at some stage. If only it would just hit me and get it over with, you know? My voice is also pretty fucked, as you can probably tell. But that's what happens when you spend 13 hours walking around shouting at people. I was a professional bully on Saturday during the day. I had these little deedly bopper things, and I say hit people with them. I didn't hit people with them. I tapped one child on the head because I told him 9 times to move. I just went boop, really lightly and just went, you need to move. And he was like, why don't you just say so? And I said, I did 9 times. You ignored me. Boop. Get out of the way. We've got a massive fuck off parade full of 700 people coming through here. Get out of the way. Boop. Yeah, it was funny. It was funny. How you doing, Lola Frosty? Hello, you cheeky devil. Our weather is very fickle, for sure. For sure, absolutely. Last Saturday, probably because there was a magnetic storm. Was there? I had no idea. Together here, I was freaking wild. We're going to have 30-degree C all day. Then sunshiny goodness. Then boom, thunderstorm with tornado warnings. Jesus Christ. Ohio is always weird weather. Yeah. I'm still wearing thermals under 3 layers of warm clothing during May. Even needing them through the summer a few times. British weather is fucking nuts. This is a thermal top. I'm currently wearing. This is a thermal top. Which is why I'm casually sat here in a long sleeve t-shirt. I would, given the weather at the moment, I would absolutely be wearing a big fuck off jumper or my dreadful house coat, my gown. But I was just like, no, I'm warm enough in this. Crazy 8, how you doing, you beautiful being? No, mentioned he'd been poorly Friday. Saturday's new info. Oh shit, fucking hell. Is he? I'm assuming that he's okay after his trip to the hospital on Saturday, Rach. It's ringing bells. Maybe I saw something on his social media about him being in hospital. Or maybe I'm just mixing up my own fucking
hand it to it.
memories.
Hand it to it.
Or, guess what? Valen got a fever and the only prescription is more dad jokes.
I'll take the cowbell. All right, I'll take the cowbell over dad jokes any day of the week. any day of the week. Enjoying the first word I hear is sickness. Yeah, most certainly. You guys spying on me? Are you full of lurgy as well, Creepy? Yeah. Siobhan, happy Monday to you as well, you beautiful being. Welcome on in. He's not a vampire. He is a vampire. You can tell by his eyeshadow. I was told that once. I was out on a night out and I was told that they could tell I was a vampire because I had my eyeshadow was too good. I was like, right, okay, sure. Craig says, hello, you beautiful individual. How's it going? How was your weekend? Weekend was absolutely fucking phenomenal. Thank you very much. Was in Harrogate for the Burlesque Bonanza charity cabaret that we did. So we were raising money for MSF, which is, I can never remember the French. Medicine Sans something or other. Doctors Without Borders. The English translation is Doctors Without Borders. They're a charity that sent medical professionals all over the world to frontiers. Thank you very much, Ewan. Yes, MSF, Medicines Sans Frontiers, as in Doctors Without Borders. So they send medical professionals all over the world to anywhere that needs them. Anywhere that needs them. They were there during like the Ebola outbreak. They were there in a lot of places for COVID. They're there frequently in war-torn countries. So yeah, they are literally they send doctors and medical professionals fucking everywhere in the world, and it's a charity. So we're raising money for that on Friday with an amazing lineup of people in Harrogate. Like a cast. They were phenomenal performers, and we waxed the dude. There's a guy called Andy who's like part of MSF, and he used to go out to all these different places, and now he like does the fundraising side of things. So he works with Rach, who's in chat, to put on shows, and then there's a co-producer called Foxy that helps out as well, and they put on Burlesque Bonanza. And Rach does a cosmic fuck ton of work for this. So much appreciation to Rach for putting it all on. He's an MSF field nurse. Thank you very much, Rach, for correcting me. But he, as well as being an MSF field nurse, he is also a particularly furry individual. He has a delightful amount of body hair, and he agreed to be waxed live on stage, and we weren't sure how we were going to do the waxings, and then it was proposed to me that we do some description of auctioning off waxing. Oh, it was his idea. He said that he wanted to be waxed. That's fucking hilarious, because he'd never been waxed before. He had no fucking idea how much it worked, how much it hurts. He agreed to be waxed. We had to work out how we were going to do it, so I was like, right, let's do 5 wax strips across his chest. In fact, I believe the original plan was to wax his back, and we were going to do a few wax strips across his back, and then I was like, no, we need to do his chest so that everyone can see his face if he's okay with that. So he was like, yeah, whatever it takes. So we auctioned off 5 wax strips, and it wasn't like the pre-made wax strips you just rub in and what have you. No, this was like a professional waxing kit. They boiled up the wax and then laid it on him, laid the strip on him, and then fucking ripped it off. And I said, I asked him, because we believe in consent. I asked him, I said, Foxy is a beautician, there you go. I asked him, I was very, very clear. I said, are you okay with us doing 5 strips on your chest and 1 strip on your inner thigh? And I will auction off the strips and we'll raise money that way. And Andy was like, yep, not a problem. We are good. I was like, fucking sweet. I don't think he was expecting how much it hurt by any stretch of the imagination. We did check in multiple times throughout the thing, because obviously this was all live on stage. We did check in multiple times to... Let me get the Instagram up. To make sure that he was consenting to go further. He did stop at one point and remind us all that that MSF was a humanitarian
Hand it to my ego.
charity.
Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
The inventor of wax strips has just died. RIP.
What? Oh, rip. Fuck my life. Who did that? Who fucking did that? Stupedia! God damn it. You wound me. I hope you're happy. I hope you're happy. I hope you're happy. How you doing, Stupedia? Thank you very much for 100 little panda rings. We'll just let that fucking load in properly because apparently it's not having any of it. Anyway, yeah, so we checked in with him and he reminded us that we're a humanitarian aid. Now, I will say I was a bit of a dick about it, okay? It took a moment to get it. I fucking did, yeah. My brain's not all there. It took a moment to... No, yeah, so I was a bit of a dick about it because I told people that they could come up and wax him. So what happened was whoever got the winning bid... And I said them at the very beginning, I said there was going to be 5 strips on his chest and 1 strip on his inner thigh. So everyone knew what was going on. Everyone knew what was happening from the fucking beginning. All right? So I auctioned off each of the strips and the person came up on stage and then Foxy and Rach together were like, somewhere around here, can we do it here? They positioned it all while I took the piss, because that is what I do. And then they ripped it off. I am looking forward to... Rach, do you consent to me sharing the photo from Instagram? Are you okay with that? Are you okay with me sharing the photo from Instagram? Yeah. Cool. Can I... No, I can't do that. I'm going to have to just show you the pitch. That's fine. That's not a problem. Do this first. So each of the winners that won the auction would come over. Foxy would wax strip it. And then the person who won it would rip it off. Okay? This is the photo. This is the photo of of the... I think that was the first wax strip. I think that was actually number 1. That was number 1. Never mind. Never mind the following 5, the last one of which was on his inner thigh. Never mind all of that. All right. That was the first one. There you go. There you go. Don't worry. His male presenting nipples are covered, as you can see. As you can see. So yeah. So that was that. Very entertaining evening. But just off that alone, the auction alone, selling off those 6 wax strips all in all, we raised £730 for MSF. By itself, and then including the raffle and the balloon pop and everything except the tickets, we raised just over 1,400. Was it 1,430 something or 1,432 maybe or something like that? Rach will be able to tell me. So not including the tickets, which still need to be accounted for. Once the ticket companies take their cut and everybody's been paid and all that jazz, the grand total is yet to be disclosed. But I think we've done fucking great for that. That's a lot of money going to a very, very important cause. So yeah, very, very happy about that. Very, very happy about that. But that was excellent. That was great. Hilariously. We were ahead of time. We were ahead of schedule. Oh, I completely forgot. Yeah. So we agreed. We sold off the 5 chest strips, and then after that, we were doing bits and pieces out, and I was like, cool. This is the last strip. This is going on the inner thigh. Prav and there was 3 of them down there. Who were they? I can't remember. I was so distracted. Soraya, yeah, Prav, Soraya, and it was... No, because you were up on stage. You were up on stage at that point? You were up on stage at that point, Rach. But as soon as I was like, okay, we're opening the bids, it was you? Why am I remembering you on stage? You three. I got no fucking idea. I can't remember. Fucking hell, my brain. And yeah, you instantly were like 150 pounds. 150 pounds in a thigh. Let's go. Fucking let's go. 150 pounds.
Flee, flee.
Oh my lordy. Ladies and gentlemen, all gents outside between, delve deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders. Throw them at the you cheeky devils. Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine who do they think they are? The absolute audacity, the scandal, the preposterousness, the outrage, I tell you. How very dare they? Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really. How's it going, Harold the Chaos? Long time no see, my friend. Long time no see. How you doing? How's it going? How was your stream? What did you get up to? We're just talking about a charity gig that I did on Friday night. And then we'll be talking about the gig that I did on Saturday, because that was long. And then we'll be talking about the new Louis Theroux documentary, because that was fascinating. Fascinating. But welcome on in, you beautiful beings. Friends, go and check out my dear friend Harold the Chaos. You're back. You're back, bitches. I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. It's been a long time since we've seen you. Harold the Chaos is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful being. Plays a large variety of different games. And it's wonderful to see you back, Harold. I hope whatever it was that kept you away from us was fruitful and encouraging in your life and made you feel warm and fuzzy on the inside. Almost a year. Jeezy, crazy. That is a long old time, buddy. Long old time. Friends, if you're new here, two things you need to know about this channel. One, you're not allowed to apologize. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. Two, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. I've got to ask you to leave, for I am a colossal filth wizard, and I don't want to be corrupting the ears of the young. No, 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 no. It's not what I do. No, you cheeky devils. Not a jot of it. But welcome on in, Herald of Chaos and all your beautiful community. If you need to disappear off, if any of you need to go grab snaffly treats, go grab delightful beverages, please go do so. Please look after yourself. Please do what you need to do. As much as I love your attention, and you know how I love your attention. As much as I love your attention, I understand that you've all got lives, and those lives are more important than my ego. Surprising, but true. But true, you know? You know, how was Timberborn? Which is Beaver. Is it Beaver City Simulator? It's no. Satisfactory with beavers, is it not? I don't know. I don't play those types of games, but yeah, there we go. It's finally had fully released. Yeah. How's it going, Painted Lady? How you doing? And also Wrathful Monk. Hello, you cheeky devil. Great game. Yeah. 1.0 finally released. Yeah. Was it good? Do you enjoy it? Do you enjoy it? We have chat. We've always had chat on screen, Painted Lady. We've had chat on screen for a good year and a half. It's normally on this side. But because I face the camera that way, it always looks like I've got my back turned to the chat. So I was like, cool, I'll put it on this side, and that way I'm facing the chat. You know? I don't mind people being distracted from my face. My face is beautiful enough as it is. You know what I mean? Oh, use the app so it doesn't show on there unless you have landscape. Ah, okay. Your message is on screen. There it is. I can see you. Grio. I got you. Had all of them die but two. And then the Garden of Eden and that shit, and it's rediverted a river. Oh, okay. None of that means anything to me, but I'm sure it will absolutely mean something to somebody who plays Timberborn. Absolutely. Well, welcome on in, Harold. It's always a good time to meet you.
Panda to it!
What kind of neighborhood was Monty Python's Ministry of Silly Walks located in? A gated community.
Oh my God. God damn it, Milky Pog. Thank you very much for 100 little panda rings. I appreciate you.
The beavers all
Panda
died, and then you repopulated from that. Okay.
I finally sat down with my teenage daughter and had a chat about the birds and the bees. I learned a lot.
You learned a lot. You learned a lot, Zbadian, yeah? Fucking hell. Oh my god. Thank you very much, 100 little panderings. I appreciate it. Hence the Garden of Eden. Yeah. The finite genetic pool is what you're referring to. A specifically finite genetic pool. What was I saying now? Oh, yeah. So we were running ahead of schedule with the cabaret. We were actually doing really, really well and running ahead of schedule. And then we did the auction, and I milked the auction, and the audience milked the auction as well. They bloody loved it. And I just said that I was going to give up being a compere and just become a full-time auctioneer because it was ridiculous. It was genuinely fucking ridiculous. And then by the time the auction had finished, we were way over schedule. So there was too many things going on. So we had to catch up some time. But overall, the overall evening was absolutely excellent. Yeah, the overall evening was fucking fantastic. Exhausting, but fantastic. So, got back. Was like, cool. It's like 12:30, 1 in the morning. Go to bed because I'm fucking shattered. But I knew that I had to be up.
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
I answered my front door this morning and got punched in the face by a 5-foot-tall beetle. Obviously, there's a nasty bug going around.
Why? Good Lord. Why are you like this? Why? Boo! Boo and his boo! Boo! Boo and his boo! Thank you very much, 100 little panderings. Boo! Boo! Could not find a single worthy joke about streaks. Fayboon coming in with a 15 stream streak. I'm sure that other people have streaks as well, and I've just completely fucking missed it. But welcome on in. How you doing? To answer your other question, I've been away from streaming for a year due to IRL work and such. I'm now also a wrestling promoter on top of all the things I do. Jesus Christ. Are you getting any time for you and the partner, Herald? Are you getting any time to just be yourself, do the fun things? I am absolutely speaking as a hypocrite myself because I work as in my free time. You know, absolutely speaking as a hypocrite myself, but still, you know. So yeah, so that happened, and then I was gonna finish. Oh, I sang songs in this one as well. So the theme of the entire event was Night at the Movies.
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
Wish me luck, Cult of Vane. Tomorrow I go into the tube of angry robots shagging. I am not a fan, but it must be done.
It must be done. You don't need luck, Razata. You don't need luck because you got this. You got this. We can wish you luck as like an extra bonus, but you don't need it. Because you got it. You're already all over it. Like glitter. I would say like a bad rash, but that's me. That's when I'm all over something. Do you know what I mean? But you got it. You got it. Thank you very much for the 100 little panderings. But you got it. We'll give you luck as well. We'll sprinkle you with luck. Little sprinkling of luck just to like give an extra buffer zone. Do you know what I mean? But you don't need it because you got it. You're on this. You're sorted. You're sorted, dude. Absolutely. Absolutely, you beautiful bean. 100%. Thank you. You didn't have to say 100. Didn't have to spend 100 little panderings to send me that, you beautiful bean. Hundreds and thousands sprinkles. Absolutely. And lots of raspberry sauce. Because, you know, been so much to do the shoppings. No worries, you take it easy, Harold. Thank you so much for bringing your beautiful people over. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it, beautiful bean.
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
Dogs can't operate an MRI machines, but cats can.
Yeah, I know they can. Because we've had that one before. Thank you very much, sir. 100 little panderings I've had in. What the fuck was I saying now?
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
My doctor told me I needed a brain MRI. My wife assured me they wouldn't find anything.
Dear Lord. Thank you very much, 100 little panda rings. Can't remember what I was saying now. Fuck it, doesn't matter. Whatever it was, doesn't fucking matter. Was I sending you the healing vibes? Been sick for 2 weeks, creepies. Flu followed by sinusitis. Oh shit. But I got a bit better as to the emotional part. We was watching Big Fish and I cry at the way. Yeah. I watched The Negotiator last night. I was in the mood for something a bit more, some old retro action movies, you know what I mean? Me and Valen started that one movie, What We Do in the Eyeshadows. That's true. So very, very true. Rach, Prav's fine. He was messaged while Saf and I were having lunch saying he couldn't swallow. Saf said to take the dick out of his mouth, so obviously he was feeling all of the love and sympathy from us. Yep, naturally, I can see that. He probably did put something on his socials, essentially a throat infection. Okay. Okay, no, I can understand that. I can understand that. He was fucking a right trooper on Friday night for sure. You got a panic attack, Lolo? No. Or anxiety attack this past weekend, so I'm just trying to recover. Yeah, absolutely. Just take your time. Take your time, you beautiful being. For sure. I'm doing well, thanks. I'm glad to hear it, Crixus. Absolutely. Love to hear that you're doing well. Inner thigh, all I can say is ouch. Yeah, well, it was interesting, Lolo. So when I put it out to the community, when I put it out to the audience, when I put it out to the audience, and I was like, we're gonna do a waxing, and there was a weird groan that just sort of flowed through the audience, and I was like, and those are all the people that have been waxed before. Because there was loads of people who were just like, all right, whatever, I could fucking take it. And it's like, yeah, nah, it's a different kettle of fish, Sunshine. Different kettle of fish, absolutely, you know what I mean? And I recite a poem for Sen, but he wasn't impressed. Do you want to hear it? Depends what the poem's about, Salvora. How you doing, you beautiful being? How's it going? Also, hi everyone. Hi, how you doing? Looks like Seth Rogen's cousin. I can't remember what Seth Rogen looks like, so I've got no fucking clue. My brain's just not engaging today. You know what I mean? So a Valen charity waxing, when that happening? That's already happened, Stupedia. I've been waxed on for charity multiple times on this channel. In fact, to the point where Chunk actually framed one of the wax strips. But the problem is that I don't I internalize so much that when you rip a wax strip off me, I'm like, it doesn't get like the wild reaction, you know? It does. I'm just too much. I internalize far too much, so it doesn't get that overall thing. I just like, you know what I mean? I ran back up one over our price. Oh, yeah. No, that was what it was, Rage. That was what I was fucking talking about. Going full fucking circle there. I was saying that when I was doing the bidding for the last wax strip on the inner thigh, the group people, Prav, Soraya, and Rach, were like £150. And then one of the people that won, I think they won the second bidding for the wax strip, put their hand up and went, if somebody makes it £200, I will get up there and wax my inner thigh as well. So this lady got up and she had her inner thigh waxed, as well as Andy having his inner thigh waxed. So they got two for the price of one for the last waxing. It was outrageous. Absolutely amazing. But yeah, that was very, very cool of them. I realized that we didn't risk assess that, but you know,
Panda to it.
Speaking of poems, the lumberjack's dialogue. Once there was a lumberjack who found a talking tree. He swung his axe around his head and whacked it 1, 2, 3.
That is a poem. Entirely fair. Thank you very much, 100 little panderings. I was waiting for the terrible punchline there, but that worked. That worked.
Pander to my ego. Pander to it. Pander to it.
There might be many great event hosts. When it comes to Valen, nobody can compare.
That one bigs up my ego. I'm doubly offended at that one. I am doubly offended at that one. Because it's about me. That upsets me. More than usual. More than usual. Razor, how you doing, beautiful queen? Oh, also, yeah, Razor, genuinely. Break a metaphorical leg for tomorrow. You don't need it, but have it. Have it all the same, you know what I mean? We love the face and we want distraction. No, you can love the face. You just gotta focus on it. Do you know what I mean? I'm teaching you the power of focus. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? If I shake my little tush on the catwalk. All right, where were we? Dragging Lily off stage was a highlight. Yeah, so one of the performers died on stage and had to be dragged off stage, and I was like, So, how do we, avert your eyes. Do not look behind the curtain. There's no curtain. Shit. Shit. Cracking on with life, you know? You have a cat scan on Saturday. Was annoyed at the last one I had. There were no cats. Definitely no purring. Misleading as sales tactic. As a fact, I don't fire lasers out my eyes nowadays. Yeah, I know, right? Wild. Scandalous. Scandalous, right? Just about to end stream. What, because of all the dad jokes, Alexandra? I'm not saying it won't happen. Sounds getting better, don't you even? Cheeky girls. Why? Why, Razzotta? Why? Why are you like this? Why? Lux, how you doing? How's it going? I know someone who got an MRI and got the CAT scan, got the scan files and 3D printed their brain. That's wild. That's really fucking interesting. That's really interesting. I know a lawsuit that came out. Friends, just a reminder, if you are getting an MRI, remember it's a giant fuck-off magnet, okay? Please, please, please take all things out of your body and off of your body before you have a CAT scan. Piercing jewelry and butt plugs. There was a lawsuit that was took place about, I think 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago. That because somebody had a fully silicone butt plug in their ass, and they went into a CAT scan, into an MRI machine, and it tore through a lot of their fucking bowels and shit because the butt plug had a metal core, because butt plugs are not designed to be going into CAT scan, into fucking MRI machines. So please, friends, if you are going into a giant fuck off electromagnet, please remove all things from your body. All makeup, all hair accessories, all piercings, all jewelry, and especially anything up your asshole. Especially things up your asshole. Don't fucking risk it. Jesus Christ. Jeezy crazy. Why can't you fart in the Apple Store? Because they don't have Windows. Jesus fucking Christ. I think it should be illegal to watch this much torture. Dad jokes on Twitch seems like primo channel thing. Absolutely. Absolutely is. Oh, I missed the ads. I missed the ads. Did I miss your thoughts in Manosphere? Not yet. Not yet, Alexandra. I was just talking about the Friday gig, really, and it was great. It was absolutely fantastic. Everyone's on the ball tonight with the dad jokes. They are certainly there. It's true. Does waxing hurt more with more hair? The more hair that gets clogged in the wax, mini partner, the more follicles get ripped out. So yes. Yeah, generally speaking, the more hairy you are, the more the waxing hurts. A lot of people, when they go for like professional waxing and stuff like that, will shave their bodies, not like completely down, but like down to a number 1 or something, or a 2 usually, so that the wax can grab onto the follicle and it's a cleaner rip. As I understand waxing, it's like a cleaner rip if you do it that way. But the longer the hair is, the more
Panda to Mago, Panda to
flexibility
it,
and
Panda
tear
to
it has.
it.
Saw a butt plug on the street today. Some asshole must have dropped it.
Yeah. Do you know what? That's actually a current trend. I realized that it was a dad joke, Stupedia, but it's genuinely a current trend on like OnlyFans and Fansly and stuff like that, to be walking at like, when do you know the FYP scrolling thing? In order to not give away all of your product, being your body and what have you, one of the trends is to be walking around like a convenience store and have a butt plug like roll out of your leg or roll out from under your skirt or what have you, and then have somebody pick it up and be like, oh, I think you dropped this. And it's just like, okay, right, okay, that's the thing. I'm not sure what that's implying, because to me, as a person who understands the dynamics of butt plugs, that implies to me that that person has a very loose butthole and should probably do like they probably shouldn't be putting butt plugs up there until they have like healed it a little bit and regained some of the elasticity. Do you know what I mean? It like you shouldn't be, if your butt plug is casually falling out in the supermarket, you probably shouldn't be. Is it just me? Just me? Get a bigger one? Yeah, that's also a possibility. Get a bigger one so it doesn't fall out. You know, don't have one that lights up. That's always a winner.
Panda to Mago, Panda to it, Panda to it.
My patent for a gold-plated butt plug got rejected. Apparently Apple has cornered the market on expensive toys for assholes.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Stupedia. Apple is for assholes, it's true. That is a fact. That's not a fact at all. I know a lot of people with Apple software. It's very, very good for certain things, but Apple as a company can chew a foreskin. Absolutely. Where was I? Prav was a lifesaver. He managed to direct my co-producer's energy to be productive. That's great. Apart from when she just got fully naked in front of the door of the changing room and then started shouting about how much I scare her. Yep. Yeah. I was witness to that. I remember that. She was getting changed into her showgirl outfit, which was a very glamorous outfit, but then just got completely naked in front of the doorway to the changing room, which was only like the door had windows in it, and they were like taped, like bin bags were taped over them. So it was just like, okay, that's the whole thing. And I looked up, I remember looking up, seeing it and just being like, I'm going to stay out of this, because the more people that try and get her to move, the more problematic this is going to become. See you later, Zabadi, and you sleep well, you beautiful being. Sleep well, you glorious individual. Thank you very much for stopping by. Thank you so much for all of your panderings to my ego, but also, fuck you for the dad jokes. Fuck you very much. Fuck you very much. Sleep well, you beautiful being. Sleep well. How do you tell the sex of an ant? Drop it in water if it sinks. Girl ant if it floats. Boy ant. Jesus fucking Christ, two knackers. You've been every day I walk into, I click onto the Discord and I see another terrible dad joke from you. Every day. Cannot escape them. Talking about a whole body wax, including back, sack, and crack. Well, my back, generally speaking, isn't that furry, so that's not going to be too much of an issue. I am a routine shaver of the sack area, because I cannot fucking stand having a stubbly testicle. So it would just be my butt crack. I've got quite a fluffy butt crack. That would probably sting quite a bit. I can imagine that being a scenario for sure. And the dude being waxed when you showed the pictures looked like Seth Rogen. Oh, that's what you were referencing. I see, Lolo. Yeah. I can't remember what Seth Rogen looks like. So, like, I would have to look it up. Was Andy just left with 5 strips of missing hair? Did the full get? No, just 5 strips of missing hair. Just patchy as hell. Absolutely. He looked like, was it Elmer the elephant? The patchwork elephant? It was great. A borderline small that we got for free. Good lord. Gluttons, the lawyer. Gluttons. Voltmark, how you doing? How's it going, you beautiful mean? Oh, yeah. No, the butt plug, exactly. They're often saying this is the instance where the sign had to be made. Yeah. Also assume that the plug pulled inwards instead of... Yeah, it did. Yeah. Now, to the reason why...
Panda to it.
A local farmer just successfully grew a field of vibrators. Unfortunately, now he has a problem with squatters.
Oh, for God's sake. Dear Lord. Oh my fucking God. Rach has sent me pictures. Thank you very much, Rach. Thank you. Cool. Let me see if I can get them up and double check that they are terms of service safe. I'm sure they are. Bam. Oh yeah, that was the whole, as I was saying, the butt plug thing in the MRI machine. The reason why there was a legal case, it was the patient taking the butt plug company to court because of the fact that the butt plug said 100% silicon, and evidently there was a metal core in the 100% silicon thingy. So yeah, it was a whole thing. Open image in new tab. Now, before I show you these images, friends, I want to remind you all, okay, that this was a voluntary thing that this guy did, okay? He did this for charity, and he chose to do this. This was his thing. I've sends nude. I've already closed it. Can't be showing nudes on Twitch. Good lord. Can't deal with noodles like that. I'm gonna show you this picture, okay? And the photo is excellent. I want to remind everybody that this person volunteered for this, okay? They chose, and I frequently checked in and went, do you consent to doing more? And he went, yes. Okay, so just be aware. Yeah, exactly, his idea, because this next picture is damning without out of context. Okay, it is damning without out of context. So just be aware of that. Okay, I think this was the 5th chest one. So this was the last chest one. So he'd had one on top of his chest here, one on top of his chest here, one on his belly button, and this one would just been done over his nipple. This is Andy's neighbor. Yeah, this is Andy's neighbor, and everybody in the audience was asking me to put the microphone next to his mouth. There's so much joy on my face going on here. It's when people I am all for consensual pain. Do you know what I mean? Red sign shorts. Yep, red sign shorts that weren't ironed. They desperately needed a good steaming. Okay, because there was creases in there like nobody's business. Yeah, he consented to this. He consented to this multiple times. Actually, we did check in with him because again, consent can be removed at any time. We just need to make sure he was definitely up for it, you know. And then this other image was one where I was dragged in to a performer. There's a performer called Mrs. No Overalls, who is a very, very, very funny performer. And she told me that she'd bought a magazine a magazine for me and a magazine for her. So she bought these 2 magazines and she gave one to me and then she had one herself. And this was the magazines. I had no idea she was doing this. I had no idea that this was coming. I have no idea where she stole this image from. No idea. She gave me this. I have this upstairs. I have this in my bedroom currently. She was like, "Here you go, you can have that." And I was like, what, why? What the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah. I think it was her partner, her husband, who made this. One for her and then one for me. And then we exchanged them. So I had this face of mine as well. I'm sure there's a photo of that somewhere as well. But yeah. Ah, it was a good show. It was a good bloody show. Now the MRI scene in Final Destination has come to mind. I haven't seen it. I watched the first Final Destination, and honestly, I found it pretty boring. So I didn't watch any of the others. I've been one at least once yet. I think this is my favorite. Same for laser hair removal. The first couple of sessions are more painful as there's more hair to zap. But as the sessions go on, they should have less hair to zap, so it's less painful. Yeah, there you go. Kink is fine. Kink without consent, i.e. exposing your kink to others without consent. Not okay. Agreed. We do not kink shame, but we believe in consent in all consenting adults in all kinky dynamics. For sure. We need one shaped like an anvil so it can be dropped with the oh my god, the Acme dong. Yeah. You either have a loose hole or a huge fart. I don't know how huge the fart would need to be, Painted Lady, to shoot a butt plug out of an arsehole. I'm not saying it can't be done. I know that muscle tension can definitely shoot butt plugs out of arseholes. But to shoot a fart would be a different thing entirely, for sure. That's a funny way of having an iPhone. Apple would never corner the market. They round a market. Oh my god, come on! I thought I was safe with you, Sembar. Sex toys should be normalized. Okay, that's my opinion for the morning. Yeah, I agree. I've got fucking loads of them. I've literally done reviews on sex toys for penises. Absolutely. Midgard. Absolutely. I'm on board it. 10 out of 10 with you on that one. Roses are red, violets are fine. You be the 6, I'll be the 9. I can work with that. I like that, Salvora. I like that. Imagine not being wooed by it. I'm honestly shocked. Shocked and appalled. That Sembar was not wooed by that. Do you know what I mean? How's it going, Faboon? How you doing? Can't let the side down. I'm not and not do a terrible dad joke. Yeah, I mean you can. You're perfectly available to do that. It's perfectly okay. Roses are red, violets are blue. I like to go poo, and so do you. I mean, that is also very factual. Very factual overall, you know. You honestly look like you're thrilled by his reaction. I was having a great time. I'm not going to lie to you, Painted Lady. I was having a fucking wonderful time. I was absolutely in my element, auctioning off somebody else's pain. All right? That's his wife holding his head. It was his wife. Yeah, I got his wife up on stage so that she could come and give him emotional support. Oh, God. Oh, I'm such a dickhead. It's great. When they consent, I'm like, yeah, game on. All right. Cool. It's not funny if they're not consenting. That's the way I see it. It's like pranks and stuff like that. It's not funny if they're not consenting. Is this a drag queen or a comedian or both? Both. Oh, absolutely. Mrs. No Overalls is a fucking force to be reckoned with. Force to be reckoned with. 63-year-old woman who is one of my favorite people. I also have no control over it. Yep. Absolute facts. Absolute facts. For sure. Alec, how you doing? How's it going? There's a lot of these cases where idiots are being hospitalized due to keeping butt plugs in while getting scans and MRIs. That doesn't surprise me at all. Which blows my little mind. Like, I don't understand why. Like, maybe it's just a naivety thing. Maybe there's like an aspect of these things that I just don't know myself. in regards to butt plugs. Like, is there a reason why you would want to wear a butt plug in an MRI machine? Like, is there a reason why you would want to do that? Is there a reason why you can't take it out for the scan at the very least and then put it back in afterwards? Like, what? I don't, that's the bit I don't understand. I don't know why you would ever risk it. Do you know what I mean? Fun fact with those ginger hairs is to have waxing laser sessions more regularly as their follicles are more stubborn. Ginger hair is more stubborn in regards to laser hair removal. What a crazy aid. Really? That's interesting. Did not know that. Today I learned. If you're on Britain's Got Talent with their Therese May act, she's incredible. She is very, very funny. Very, very funny for sure. Give me a plug. I'll have it done by the end of the day. Farting it out. Go for it. Go for it, Tunackers. The challenge has been issued for sure. Shooting a butt plug, I accept the challenge. Go for it. I encourage you all. I bet someone has tried. I have no doubt that somebody's tried. I don't know whether somebody could have the pressure, the gastric pressure with their fart to be able... I mean, explosive diarrhea, I could probably imagine it. But a fart? A gaseous fart shooting out a butt plug? Do you know what I mean? It's a different dynamic. It's a different dynamic, I feel.
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
New Olympic sport, butt plug shot put.
Fuck it. Why not? The Kink Olympic shot. The Kink Olympic sport. There we go. I can speak. And words are things that I can do. You're so fucking behind in chat. I have no idea what you mean, but I will take it. Also shocked and bald. Also shocked and bald. Scandalous. Absolutely. They claim that some people wear them daily because they enjoy the feeling and then they forget. Well, it's a fucking lesson to be learned.
Yeah,
it's a lesson to be learned.
Most kind.
Faye Moon coming in with the Prime, you beautiful being. Thank you very much for choosing to use your Prime here. You can use it anywhere that you choose to use it here. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And now to inscribe your name upon the mirror of Vane. By having your name upon the mirror of Vane, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, me. Yeah, you know? You know? Cheeky little devil, you. Yeah, I can understand, like, wearing them daily because you enjoy the feeling of them. I also know of some particularly... Am I going to say it? Yeah, I'm going to say it. Some particularly peculiar religious people who believe that they need to wear butt plugs to keep the devil out of their asshole. I discovered this belief due to a pretty awful... story revolving around a young girl who had a situation like that. But there are people like that exist, where they believe that if they don't have a butt plug up their asshole, then the devil will try and crawl up their butt. It's a belief that is held. But at the same time, if they're like, right, you've got to remove, you're going into an MRI machine for a scan that's a giant fucking magnet, I feel like I just wouldn't risk it. Do you know what I mean? Especially considering all of the fucking, all of the potential problems that could cause. So if teaser Mayhem Britain's Got Talent, you can see the PG version of it in YouTube. It was, definitely the PG version. Because we've seen the un-PG version, you know. Emotional support plugs, yeah, but not in your butt. Not in your during an MRI machine, surely. You know. Look at the scan for the one with the lawsuit. It had a call that appeared to be similar to a vibrator. Yeah, no, exactly, Alec. I know. I've seen the oh, you said looking as opposed to look at. Yeah, looking at. Yeah. It definitely had a metal core to it. It definitely had a metal core to it. So the fact that they were like, oh, it said 100% silicon, and it's like, well, no. Why would you risk it?
Why would you fucking risk it? Do you know what I mean? Because that was the lawsuit was basically them suing the company for saying you falsely advertised this as 100% silicone. It has torn through my lower abdomen. You owe me a lot of compensation and pay all my medical bills. You know? But people try and shock the tech doctors to watch the MRI machines. I think they've probably seen a lot, to be honest with you, Kindred. I feel like most medical professionals get pretty jaded to shit like this quite quickly. They're just like, fuck's sake, here we go again. Trying to relax his sphincter to allow a fart to pass, pushing out the butt plug like a silicone shark. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, the ones that are on like OnlyFans and Fansly and that weird trend that they've got going on are always metal ones. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe like I've missed it entirely. Maybe like I thought that the gimmick was, oh, this person's kinky enough to wear a butt plug all the time. Ha 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 ha. But maybe it isn't. Maybe it's a really subtle way of appealing to the farting kinksters. The kinksters out there who really enjoy like beautiful young women farting. Perhaps that's what it is. Perhaps I missed it, you know. Prostrates are well known to attract certain demons. Most Republicans can we find this out through social media? Yeah, absolutely. I have actually heard of that, and some of them find those demons on Grindr, which is the reason why you have a Grindr crashes every single time there's a Republican rally. That is an actual fact, by the way, friends. If there's a Republican rally in America, Grindr tends to crash in that area because of how many hardcore Republicans are actually on Grindr looking for local hookups. I expect MRI appointment instructions are starting to have to include a statement about removal of said butt plugs, along with anything else wedged in orifices. Probably, Rito, to be honest with you. In exactly the same way that they say, like, you shouldn't use the hairdryer in the shower and like stuff like that. And I understand that the darker side of that, there's a reason why they have that stuff, but they have to keep those things on there because some people are like that. And especially when it comes to sex toys, I remember very, very vividly like a TikTok short, a YouTube, like a short reel thing that was on a building site, not a building site, a trash site. So like a dump, you know, a city dump or what have you. And there was 3 men working in this city dump, and the video was taken from some kind of like crane, heavy machinery that was moving some of the stuff around. It was filming these 3 men, and one of those 3 men found a rampant rabbit dildo. It was like a pink rampant rabbit dildo with the little rabbit off it and what have you. And the guy picked it up and went, oh, you couldn't hear what he was saying, so I don't know what country it was in or anything like that, but he picked it up and went, and then started deep throating it. It was like, and I was like, first of all, that's been in a trash heap. Second of all, there's a good chance that the person didn't wash it before binning it. You have got no fucking idea. You have got no idea what is going on with that to then stick it down your throat. So now, usually when people talk about like the Darwin Awards and shit like that, my mind immediately goes to that person. Immediately goes to that person who deep-throated an unknown dildo from a trash heap. And I was like, you can't save some people. Do you know what I mean? you just can't save some people. So yeah, I can fully expect MRI appointments to be like, right, okay, you must remove all of these things. If you happen to be wearing a butt plug, please remove it. Although, do you know what? I actually agree. Oh, I don't know whether it will include that. Purely because of the fact that there's so much shame around butt plug that it'll probably cause more controversies to ask the question than it will to just let people suffer.
Interestingly, I have been given no instructions. They asked if I have a pacemaker or any piercings, but that's as it. Yeah, I was about to say. I think that it's probably going to be one of those things that they don't ask people, because in lots of places, especially in America, to be asked the question or be told if you are wearing a butt plug, you've got to remove it. That will cause more arguments and more aggression from very homophobic people, or particularly hardcore conservative people, than it will to just let them fucking suffer. You know? Things people putting themselves doesn't surprise me anymore. Best thing is if we have to take it out because it went too far or got stuck, we have to give it back as their property. Yeah, I have no doubt. No doubt at all. Good lord, there's a reason that Badge 502 does well on TikTok. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, for sure. Now I'm grossed out. Good. So you should be. That is a healthy reaction. It's okay. The rats will have cleaned it up. There's a difference between scenarios. If you're going to a hospital to get something removed due to misadventure, that's one thing. But if it's part of the objective of going to the hospital with the purpose of exposing their sexual activity or unknowingly include someone in their sexual activity, then that's a level of deviancy is messed up. It's removing the ability to consent for the workers. Oh no, Alec, what Rach is saying there is that in the UK, as part of the NHS, if something is up somebody's arsehole or it's gone too far or it's got stuck, they have to remove it, but then they have to give that property back. It's got nothing to do with like anybody's personal sexual preferences or why they're doing it or what's going on there, because you're entirely right. Doing things specifically so you can get medical attention and stuff like that is messed up, absolutely, because the medical professionals cannot consent to that. But yeah. Oh, people trying to shock the doctors. Yeah, probably. I can guarantee there will be people out there that do that, because there will be people out there. I mean, I have seen TV programs where it was a TV program specifically around people trying to lose weight for medical reasons. So they was like, this person needs this operation. They are trying to lose weight. I didn't watch the program myself. It was popped up on a thing on one of my Instagram short things or what have you. And I was like, what's this all about? And it was like the clip that I saw was specifically around a patient who was actively antagonizing a doctor. And the doctor was like, I don't want to see you anymore. You've asked for my advice. I have given you my advice. I have told you that we can't do these procedures without these things. It's not a prejudice thing. It's purely a health thing. If you want these procedures done, you like your current weight makes you a risk to be able to do these procedures. Now, before anybody gets thoughtful about that, I'm not saying there is not fat phobia in the medical facility. I'm sure there is fat phobia in the medical facility. I'm saying this particular situation, this person wanted an operation and their weight made that operation too risky to perform. That was the doctor's advice. It was just like, right, I can work with you to do this, but you are refusing to do anything that I advise. You are going out of your way to antagonize me. You are making a point that you won't see anybody other than me. I'm fucking done with you. So just based on that interaction alone, I can absolutely guarantee that there will be people out there who do it specifically for some kind of sexual gratification, because they like to see a doctor be really uncomfortable, or they like to see a medical professional feel really uncomfortable or something like that. Fucking guaranteed. Absolutely. Absolutely. And there's a major problem when any metal gets in there, not just for the person involved, but for the machine itself. You're messing with people who may urgently need a scan. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. For sure. I'm not sure the doctors can be shocked anymore. New doctors probably can be. I think, to be honest with you, I would imagine that most medical professionals will do one of two things. One of three things. I think that most medical professionals go into jobs because they genuinely want to help people. Not all of them will, but most of them do, because they genuinely want to fucking help people and they want to be there to help people, you know? I think over time, one of three things is going to happen, just purely through understanding of human psychology. Either they will become cold.
Yeah, you subscribed. Most kind.
67 months. Asterisk size asterisk 67. Right now the meme has been completed. I'll ramble a bit more. I had a intrusive thought out of superpower of being able to detach body parts or make body parts longer. What would be the more interesting thing in a orgy?
Really long tongue. Or fingers. Penis is kind of superfluous. But could you imagine like having a really, really, really long tongue? Tongue by far? Yeah, I was about to say. Because then as you were doing whatever penetrative dynamic you had, if you were a person with a penis, and then lick, 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 lick. Absolutely. Yeah, super long tongue. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Thank you very much, 6-7. I'll be with you in a minute. I just want to finish this thought process because my brain is fucking shitting me off today. So yeah, I think one of three things happens to most doctors over time, or most medical professionals over the time with being in the medical facilities. Either they become super fucking cold and super distant and super jaded to everything because they mentally need to put a blockade in their head for the horrific fucking things that they see in order to do their job, like, coherently, you know, with sanity. Do you know what I mean? That, or they push themselves too fucking far to be able to help as many people as possible with as much kindness as possible and burn the fuck out. Or the third those are the main two, and then the third option is one that I have seen a couple of times where people get pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed to the point where they're burning the fuck out, and then they go, do you know what, fuck this noise, I'm gonna go private. Because at least when I go private, people are paying a cosmic fuck ton of money to be able to take the piss, to offend me, to put weird shit in my asshole. Do you know what I mean? Like, or put weird shit in their asshole in order to try and shock me. At least they're paying a shitload of money to be able to fucking do that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Anyway, Jam Jar. Coming in for the 67 months, you bloody stupid youthful meme memes. I should now scrap your name on the mirror vein. By having your name on the mirror vein means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course you get access to all the sexy little emos, but the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But goddamn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy, ooh, yes, me, yeah, you know? You know? Hoop, hoop, hoop. We've had a couple of frequent flyers, but there's no way to prove whether someone is doing it on purpose to end up in A&E, or they're still, so they're still treated. Yeah, and to be fair, even if you did do it, even if they do it on purpose, like the way that at least the way the UK NHS system is built, you've still got to treat them. They're still people in need. Do you know what I mean? Should the treatment then come with a prescription that they're not going to get like treated unless they go on a psychological course about consent? Potentially, but I think it's like you say, there's no way to tell, so you just can't guarantee it, you know. This presents an economic opportunity. Privacy oriented sexual health technicians, I mean, I think they exist. Sexual health technicians in the UK are all privy. Like every health technician in the UK is privacy oriented, at least here, you know. Max, how you doing? How's it going, you beautiful being? Welcome on in. Lick half the room in one go. Blah, 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 blah. Exactly, right? A Pinocchio nose, that could also work. That could also work for sure. Quick bottle of water after that. Yeah, definitely. Get real parched with a real long tongue, you know. Fucking hell. All the prehensile wobbly bits. Option 2 often leads to option 1 or 3. Yeah, they burn out and then they go, right, I've got to be distant or I've got to go private. Yeah, it's true. Shocked by your medical emergency. Oh my god, don't even fake off. Fake off, come here, cheeky devil. What do you like claiming cheeky kisses, you cheeky individual? Good lord. People in need of gratification of shocking medical staff. Well, the thing is that medical kink is a fucking massive genre of kinkiness. Massive genre of kinkiness.
But you know what? Can I do this one instead? Bear with me 2 seconds, friends. I'm trying to find a specific little video. No, that is not it. See if that loads. I'm trying to Google and accidentally send this, or is there context? Oh no, we were just talking, Jam Jar, about like people in need, people going to A&E in order to specifically fulfill some description of some description of sexual desire. Can I show you this first? I could make sure it's all TOS safe first. I'm sure it will be. It's not as good as the video I was looking for. Can I search? Trying to find a video from the parade thing that I was in on Saturday, because there was a video, and it was, I wanted to show you all so you could see what it was all about, what was going on, what happened. But it's proving to be a pain in the hoop. In the hoop. In the hoop. I might be able to find it on here, to be fair. That's about Saturday. I've been seeing things on Instagram. It looks amazing. Yeah, that's literally what I was about to do. So... Can I show you that? No, can't show you that because that's BBC, and BBC is not allowed. There we go. Okay. Okay. So, after the show on Friday night, after I'd done the thingy, after I'd done the Burlesque Bonanza, raising money for the MSF, and an amazing charity it was too, absolutely fantastic. Had about 2 hours sleep because we got back at like midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, and then I was like, right, I'm gonna have to get up at like 6:30 in order to get out and back to Hull. And you know when you know that you need to get up, and because of the fact that you know that you need to get up, your brain goes, you're not going to sleep anymore. That was me on Friday night. So I got to bed
fucking shattered. I was so fucking tired, possibly because there was still some fucking lurgy shit going on in my system that was just like lingering in the background, making me tired, but also because of the fact that it was a great and very enthusiastic and energetic gig and what have you. So I crawled into fucking bed, and I laid there and was like, yes, finally, I'm fucking tired. That's great. That's fantastic. And I laid there and my brain just was like, nope, you ain't sleeping. But I was too tired to move, but too awake to sleep. Does anyone get that? I'm sure, I have no doubt in this community that there will be people that get exactly that. Where it's like too tired to move, to do anything with my body, but too awake to let my brain shut off, which was fucking awful. So I think I got about 2 hours sleep on Friday night, and then woke up on Saturday before my alarm went off because I fucking shat myself thinking, oh my god, I haven't set my alarm, or my alarm's already gone off, or what have you. Do that when I'm getting over being sick. Oh god, what a pain in the hoop. It's such a pain in the hoop. Well, that was me on Friday, and where the plug was where I was charging my phone was at the other end of the room. So I got up and walked to the other end of the room to find out that whether my alarm had gone off, and I was like, oh shit, it's not gone off, that's fine. But then I realized that I hadn't turned the plug on. I was so tired that I plugged my phone in to charge, but I hadn't turned the plug, like switched the plug on. So my phone was just like nearly fucking dead. So I was like, fuck, I've got like an hour, I'll turn my phone on, I'll charge my phone now, and that way I can like at least get an hour's worth of battery out of it, and I'll have to find some like battery pack or something like that to deal with it later if there's a problem. Fortunately, there wasn't a problem. He shot at it from across the room. I did, yeah. Kept your plug safe, didn't take it out for an MRI. No, I didn't take it to an MRI. That is true. That is very, very true. Absolutely. But I woke up and naturally I was fucking shattered, and I drove home, dropped my stuff in this room, and then packed up what I needed for the big procession. And then basically jumped in the car and went and dropped stuff off, and then had my ridiculously long 13-hour day, which I'm now going to show you the ITV News video of it. I'm using the ITV News video of it.
Oh, you followed me. Ooh, you little stalker.
Thank you so much for the follow. You'll be all being welcome on in. I don't like to call people out just in case they're lurking, but you are very, very welcome here, cheeky devil. I'm going to show you the ITV video of it, because when you run the BBC video of it, you have to pay for a TV license. So fuck that noise. We're going to use ITV shit, all right? Followed for the butt plugs? Probably, for sure. So this was it.
Final preparations for an event these Hull locals hope will be the first of many.
It's only 2 minutes.
More than 1,000 people from various organisations and community groups helped shape the Our City celebration, among them the Honlock Senior Association, who will be showcasing their traditional Chinese dancing.
For our elderly Chinese, they can be very lonely and isolated, and doing some activities and things and bringing them out and meeting all the
Hold on.
and meeting all the different groups, activities and things, they can be.
I was here. I'm like just behind, like when they were talking, when they were doing this announcement, because that was the main announcement, telling people where they needed to be, what was going on, what was happening, when we needed to go into right procession and stuff like that, and how it was all going to get guided out. I was like here because I needed to guide out my lot. This is wild. But yeah, this was the daytime event, and the daytime event had 700 people in it. Really like your style, your background somehow tickles my autistic brain. Tyler, you are very, very welcome in here. I decorate my house like Prince fuck the Moulin Rouge, so it's probably that decadent dynamic that's going on there, you know. But welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follow. It's Van, heard seniors and got very curious. I mean, look, they're the Honlock Senior Association. They were actually very nice ladies. I spoke to them a couple of times because I needed to guide them into a relevant area and what have you, but they were very, very good. Slice of pineapple. So there were, in the procession, there were 4 different categories. There was, because each one followed this like show globe thing, which you'll see again in a minute. There was a mermaid's show globe, and behind that they had loads of, so they had these swimmers that were all like dancers that did like a dance routine the entire parade, but they were dressed as swimmers. Then there was loads of like seahorses and fish, all made by Hull Carnival Arts and stuff. I had two of my volunteers, two of my Act 2 Hours lot, they're dressed as like fishermen, doing routines with that stuff. And then after that they had the snow globe, which after that they had loads of like wintry stuff and Victorian chim chimney, chim chim taroo kind of people. Then they had the Mystic Mirror Globe, which was full of ornate stuff. So they had the circus troupe behind them. They had bandana armor. They had some bikers. They had the East Yorkshire Leather Association. And then after that, they had the Enchanted Garden show globe, which after that they had like loads of flowery bits and pieces and lots of the fairy stuff was going on. But the daytime event had 700 people in the parade itself, never mind people that came to the show and stuff. But the daytime event had 700 people in it, and the nighttime event had 500 people in it. I was meant to be guiding about 20 of them. I ended up policing all of them. Or I ended up like helping police all of them. With the Back to Ours lot, because they were great. It was just they needed somebody to start shouting at people, so I did that.
Very lonely and isolated, and doing some activities and things and bringing them out and meeting all the different groups, it's something that's worthwhile doing. So we hope people will enjoy our dancing.
Crowds gathered as people sang, danced and partied their way through the city centre streets, accompanied along the way by some themed snow globes. The whole thing has been spearheaded by Hull-based arts charity Back to Ours and funded by Hull City Council.
Hull has some great events and festivals, so we didn't want to add in another event that wasn't about the people. So we went out into communities back in October and we started talking to people. What would you like this event to be? We already do a Christmas parade and people were saying we want a parade that we can walk in. So that's why you can see lots of different families and groups all coming together and kind of showcasing what
There's my volunteers
telling their story.
Like
those are the people I guided.
Theatre, an arts charity that puts young children at the heart of its work.
We work with the youngest children in the city, so children under the age of 5, often babies and stuff, and we're always really keen to have their voice.
Oh yeah, that's the circus troupe. These are my friends.
An open-air evening performance here in to this event.
These are all my buddies.
Open-air evening performance here in
from Late Night Circus
Square. But organisers hope this is just the start, and that our city will become an annual event in Hull's cultural calendar. Emma Wilkinson, ITV News.
There you go. That was from the ITV coverage of it. There was obviously BBC coverage. There was a whole load of different coverage of it. I'm trying to see if I can find... Oh, do you know what? I can show you this. This is the Back to Ours coverage of it. So this was the company that I was working for of the evening event. I can't show you I can't unmute it because there's of the music, because it's DMCA and stuff. But there was an evening event and it had fire breathers and all kinds of stuff. There was opera singers. There was a band that did like covers of loads of different things. There was obviously lots of things light up. There's the fire breathers and stuff. There was low sound fireworks, which I found really, really interesting because they're fireworks, but they don't bang. They sort of pop a little bit. They were just very, very quiet, which was absolutely amazing. They specifically went for low went fireworks and stuff. And then everyone was lit up. So yeah, that was what it was all about. It was a lot of fun. A lot of enjoyment. I'm trying to see if there's anything else. Yeah, I don't want to get him on the thing because there was an interview with like a local celebrity, but he's an arsehole, so I don't want to have him on the on my stream in the nicest possible way. You know? Oh, hello. That was very loud. Okay.
yeah, so that was what I was up to on Saturday for fucking 13 hours, and then went for a drink, and then got home and fell asleep very, very quickly. Very, very quickly, you know. But it wasn't a slice of pineapple, but there was like lots of costumes included for people that turned up without costumes, because like I said, there was like 700 people in the procession for the first one. The first parade was an hour long, and it basically did a big figure of 8. And there was a point where I was like, cool, because they was like starting position here, and then they went all the way around here like this and came back, and then the plan was they were going to come off around here, do a little circle, and then come back down here. So I was in it for the entire of the first section, and then at the last section I was like, right, I need to be back here to guide everyone to get back in for like the grand finale of the first section, the first of the parades and what have you. So I stayed in the center while they went off and did this circle. And I was like, it's been a long time. And I was stood there, and I was dressed up to the fucking nines. I was wearing this boiler suit with lobsters strapped to me and God knows what else and what have you. And people kept coming up and being like, what's going on? What are you doing? What are you talking? I was talking to lots of members of the public about what was happening. And I was like, they have been gone really long time. What is going on? What is holding them all up? I'm really confused. Like, they've been gone for ages. So I was like, I'm going to run down. I'm going to run down to where the big U-turn is. I'm going to run down to where the big U-turn is and find out what's going on there. And I'm going to pause there because adverts are running and I don't want people missing out on stuff. I don't want people missing out on stuff. But welcome on in, you cheeky little devils. Let me give you a shout out to Smacktus there while the adverts are on. People go check out my dear friend Smacktus. Smacktus is a wonderful, wonderful human being. Very softly spoken, mild obsession with bow ties, cacti, and music boxes. And is always a good time there. Always very nice and chill. Very zen, very calm place to be. If you like calm and relaxing places to be, then I would strongly recommend you go check out Smacktus' stream. They're very, very cool. They're very, very cool. But yeah, that was like part of Saturday. I'm going to talk a little bit more about it once the adverts are over. And then ads, more ads, mainly about Turbo. Oh, the irony. Yeah. I've noticed that the ads basically, the Turbo ads come in when they're filling. But they're like, we need to fill some space. Let's go. Let's go. You're very welcome, Smacktus. I don't think you can even hear me at the moment, Smacktus. But, and Tyler as well. I don't know whether you can hear me, but I'll answer your question about eyeshadow very, very soon. Very, very, very soon. You know? And then we can talk about very quickly about the Manosphere, because that was interesting. That was interesting. Say the least. How you doing, Finley? How's it going, you cheeky devil? Pop-out trick? Yeah, the pop-out trick. The pop-out trick is saved me from many a fucking pain in the ass. I'm all ears for you, you handsome man. Oh, you. Oh, you. Smacktus, you cheeky devil. You wonderful being, you. Sure, I'll do that one as well. While we're still in the ads and what have you, I also want to get people to go check out the glorious Finley Short stuff. Oh my lordy! Just as I'm doing a shout out for Finley Short stuff, Jay Britone is raiding in. You cheeky devils, raiding in the middle of adverts. Confound thee, Jay! Ladies and gentlemen, and all genders outside between, delve deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders. Throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine? Who do they think they are? The absolute audacity, the scandal, the preposterousness, the outrage, I tell you, for the wonderful Jay Britton and all you wonderful, wonderful raiders that are probably caught in adverts because you raided, like, 2 minutes into the ads. Keep the popcorn going. Keep that popcorn going for these wonderful beans. Look at these people coming in here. How's it going, Generous Joy? How you doing? All of the popcorn. All of the tasty, tasty popcorn. People from my stream, while we're waiting for them to come back, go and check out Jay Britton. Are we doing some Resident Evil? I know that Jay Britton usually has to raid and run because they've got a million things going on in their life. But I'll ask their community what they thought of Resident Evil Requiem momentarily. Dr. Girlfriend Experience, how you doing? Experience? XP? Yeah, Experience. Yeah. How you doing? How's it going, Dr. Girlfriend? Hi, welcome on in. welcome, cheeky little devils. How you doing? How's it going? All you beautiful raiders, how's it going? Thank you very much for, if you came into ads, then you probably left immediately because that's a really fucking awful thing. But you came in like 2 minutes into my 3 minutes of ads. I couldn't, if you'd have come in a couple of minutes earlier, I would have postponed the ads for you. I would have done. I would have snoozed them. I would have snoozed them so you could pander to my delicate ego. I would have done that just for you, you beautiful beans. People from JStream, how was Resident Evil Requiem? Do not give me any spoilers, but tell me whether Jay was enjoying it. I know that Jay has to raid and run, so I don't want. I usually has to raid and run at the very least. But without spoilers, was Jay enjoying it? Was Jay having a good time doing it? How's it going, Iron Mark? How you doing? Jay's been enjoying it. Perfect. That's what I need to know. I feel like Jay, if Jay's enjoying it, then I will enjoy it. If Jay's enjoying it, then I will enjoy it. And I'm looking forward to playing it. I just have to wait until the hype dies down. And people are not trying to avoid spoilers before I'll play it. You know? Beautiful, sexy Leon. That means nothing to me, unfortunately, Kismet, because I've played 7 and 8, and I want to play 9 before I go back and play 1 through 6. So I came in real late into the franchise. Unfortunately, you know. But welcome in, all you cheeky devils. 2 things you need to know about this channel if you're new here. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. For power individuals, for power. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. 2, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. I've got to ask you to leave, for I am a colossal filth wizard. Don't like to ruin the psyches of the youth. So yeah, I don't want to do that. We talk about sex like all the fucking time here. All the fucking time. But you are very welcome here to, if you are over the age of 18. If your physical form has rotated around the sun over 18 times. We were just talking about my weekend because I did a lot of shows at the weekend. I had a big charity cabaret that I did on Friday night, which was phenomenal. Raised money for a company called MSF, which is Doctors Without Borders, the Medicine Sans Frontiers, which is an international company, an international charity that sends doctors all over the world to any need and anything. They were there during the Ebola. They're there in current war-torn countries and what have you. And we raised money for them. We've raised at least £1,400. But we're just waiting for the ticket money to come through, so before we can get a grand total for that. So it was very, 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 very cool. Lot of money for a very, very good cause, which was fantastic. And then I had 2 hours sleep before I had a 13-hour day doing parades and processions on Saturday, which was, again, amazing. But Jesus Christ, was that fucking chat. I was a sleepy bean. I still am a sleepy bean. Tyler Haruka, are you still here? You asked me a question a little while ago, and I want to answer it now the ads are over. What was I saying? Yeah, so basically we did this. So the 2 processions to catch all you beautiful raiders up. 2 processions on Saturday. There was like a big parade of 700 people. That did like a figure of 8. So this is where we all started meeting up. It went round the town like this, and then back into the middle area, and then out over here, did a little loop, and then came back down here. And my job was to guide my people. I ended up guiding a lot more people because that's what I am. When people hire me, they get me doing whatever job you're hiring me to do, plus me being a professional bullying members of the public and people that are employed by the company or volunteering for the company in order to get them to do what they bloody well need to do, because people don't do what they're told. So the plan was that I was going to follow the parade this way around, and I did that. That was fine, dandy. Everyone was great and wonderful and what have you. Then got back to the center, and then the plan was that the rest of the parade was going to go off, down, do their second half, and I was going to stay here. I was going to stay in the middle so that when the parade came back, I could guide people into their designated areas. So the last bit of the parade and the last bit of the show, the daytime show, could be complete. But what ended up happening was they went off down here. I stood here waiting. I stood waiting for them. And then they didn't come back. And I was like, fuck, what's happened?
Where are they? What have they done? What's going on? It's been a while now. A lot of members of the public are asking my advice on stuff, and I don't know where they've gone. I'm dressed ridiculously. I had an aviator hat on with a bumblebee stuck to it, and a butterfly on the back of it, and a lobster on my hip, and an octopus on a shoulder, and weird masquerade masks down one there was a whole lot going on with my outfit. And so I was like, right, I'm gonna go to there's like a church in the city center called Trinity Church. I don't think it's a cathedral yet, but Trinity Church. And I knew that was where they were turning around, so I ran down the road to that, which was hilarious because there was definitely a bloke who just went, "Fucking hell, what is he wearing?" And then realized there was a massive parade and was like, "Oh right, oh yeah, no, that makes sense." I was like, "Yeah, you judgmental twat." Anyway, found my way to the square in front of the church and realized they'd basically bottlenecked themselves in. Hullminster, yeah. So, they basically bottled themselves in. So the church is here. In fact, can I get an aerial view of it? Hullminster. Can I get an aerial view of it? Brilliant. Now, can I get satellite view? Okay. Just make sure that I've got nothing here that is going to give away my identity or anything while I'm here. No, that's cool. Nothing that's saved that says anything. No doxing of Val and Vane. Okay, we're good. Let's go. So, this was where we met. In this area here. This is Queen Victoria Square. Okay. And then the parade started here and came all the way down this section, along this section, down back over here, and then back up towards Queen Victoria Square. And then that's where I dropped off and I left the parade because there was a big stage in front of this section here where it says the Punch Hotel, which is definitely not the Punch Hotel. There was a big stage here, and the plan was that they were going to go off down this section here, down this street here, and then they were going to come back down this street and meet up here, and I was going to guide them into place over here. Do you know what I mean? You can do if you'd like, Swag Beef. Absolutely. And I'll show it on stream in a minute, yeah. So I dropped off here. They wandered down here. 700 people. So it was a really, really long parade. 700 people wandered all the way down here. Got to this street here, turned down here, and then the plan was that they were going to do a circle of this square here. So this is Trinity, the Hullminster, which is the big Trinity Square thing. Thank you very much, Sway. I'll grab those in a second. And the plan was they were going to come down here, do a big circle, then go back on themselves, and then back down here and do their final bit of the parade over here. However, what they'd done, because there was so many people, was they got down here, they did a full circle, then bottled themselves in. And then the next group came around here, and they just kept bottling themselves in. And I was like, what the fuck are they doing? So I took a shortcut and ran down here, and then ran down this little street down here, which is all cobbled stones and what have you. Probably why my hips hurt so much afterwards. And then got here and realized what had happened, and then was basically just running around because the staff were in allocated places in the parade. So I was running around everyone else, just being like, push up, keep moving, get close, get closer, just keep bloody move. Just shuffle forward, you lot, come around here. Okay, I need a clear space between the garden people and the masquerade people. Just cut a path here. Don't go until I tell you to go. Why are you there? Lots of me shouting in the public, just going, what are you doing? Why are you there? Like, okay, you separate out. I realize that you want to talk to each other, but now's not the time. Okay? We need to get everybody moving. We've got very strict times. Get everybody, just move. All right, okay, you lot go. Right, you lot stay there. Stop moving. Just stay there. Lots of that. Lots of me just wrangling cats. And everyone was having a great time. It was like, it was all fucking wonderful. And then they got back here. But again, they were all of the 700 people were meant to pile into this area here. And because of the fact that everyone had then like spread out, they didn't want to pile into this area. So I was like telling everybody to push up and push up and push up. And I think it still came down here. My view was if we could get people away from this road so they could open the road back up, then we'd be all right. And everybody else can just deal with it after that, which we managed eventually. But whew, it was a palaver. It was very stressful. That little bit was very, very stressful. After that, I had a little while where I could just chill out a little bit. And then the evening procession came down here, but it came all the way down to the cenotaph, which is like a World War One statue. So it came all the way down here, went all the way back down here, and then back in here. And then they had a massive performance with opera singers and fire breathers and band and everything in here. And they had people on a balcony over here and people on a balcony over here talking and singing at each other, talking about the history of Hull, talking about the history of a family that lived generation upon generation in Hull. And it was very, very cool. It was a really, really beautiful, it was a really beautiful procession. It was a really beautiful celebration of the city. Yeah, it was really pretty. Oh my God. Okay, yeah. Let me open link to get a good view of the crowd. Was this the crowd coming back in, Sway? Oh no, this was the beginning of it. We hadn't even set off yet. Okay, cool. And there's a beautiful picture of me guiding everybody. Amazing. All right, cool. Google Maps has been terrible for a while where the businesses are. It says someone's flat is near me is Poundland. Oh my God, dear Lord. Seafilth Wizard and a map. Are you stalking me again? Definitely not, Eric. Not this time. How are you doing, Sedimus? How's it going? Basically, you were a pre-stoplight system traffic director, effectively. Yeah, it definitely got that way, for sure. That was before starting. So this was an image taken before the parade began. So this was the C section down here. This was from a cafe that Sway and her partner were in. So this was one section. This was the C section. And then down this section here was the snow section. Then over here was the masquerade section. And then over this side, this big U thing here, was the garden, the enchanted garden section. Now, what was meant to happen was that each snow globe that we saw, each show globe, should I say, was meant to do a little dance in the center here before going off to their relevant area. However, because of the fact that there were so many people, not even people in the parade, just so many people in the entirety of the city center that day, they literally made a beeline straight for them. I had to get involved. I had to literally, because I wasn't meant to do any of this. All right, this was not stuff I was meant to do. I was meant to be with my group of volunteers, and that was it. But I was like, right, I'm gonna go do this, and they were like, yeah, do that, but that'll help. So I went over to the show globes and basically got all of the crowd to leave them alone so that they could go to their place. And I was just like following them, guiding them to their relevant area. And this is me guiding them. This is what I look like. And I had two deedly boppers. I was like going full airport security with, come on this way, go in this way, go along these ways, moving people out of the way with them. Get out of the way. We got globes coming through it. You lot need to take a massive step back. Take a step. We've got stuff coming through here. Yeah. No wonder my voice was fucked by the end of it.
But yeah, so that was me. That was what I was wearing when I was shouting at people and getting them to move out of the way. Getting people to move out of the way. And just like trying to get the show globes into their relevant areas and then getting people to move off, because after the person who was organizing the procession led the entire thing, and then it was up to me to guide the next group in, and then up to me to guide the next group in, so that, which was fine. Like that was part of what I agreed to do. Wasn't part of the initial job description, but I am a glutton for getting involved with stuff like this. So I just love it. I love stuff. I love getting involved. I love being involved in big events like this. But I was fucking knackered by the end of it. Absolutely fucking knackered. And then, like I said, at the end, there was this massive event that had the 500 people of the procession itself, plus another, I don't know, I think there must have been a good, like, 2,000, 3,000 people in the square by the end of the evening watching the big show that happened across 2 buildings and a stage. It was very, very cool. Very, very cool. Again, just celebrating Hull. Now, if it goes well, if things have gone well as they should have done, we should be doing another parade next year and every year from here on for the next 5 years at least, and we'll just see how it goes. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun, but very, very tiring. Very, very tiring for sure. There was one point as well. So the the circus lot that I showed you earlier. They're friends of mine who I've known for many years. Many of them have performed for me on many occasions, and they were a group together. And I was like, there was in the evening section, they were put in the wrong position. So they were going to be too close to the show globe, and their speaker was going to like overwhelm the speakers of the show globe and stuff like that. So I was like, hey, you're all going to have to like step back a little bit or what have you. But every single time I came near them, because of the fact that I kept bossing them around, because of the fact that I kept telling them what to do and what have you, every single time I came near them, they all booed me. So I'd walk in, I'd be like, hey, look, right, we're about to start the thing. Can you turn your music down, please? Because the show's about to start and we need to get everything quiet for the beginning of the show. So, and they'd be like, boo, boo. And the whole circus just pointed at me and booed while I was moving them around, and every single time. It was fucking hilarious. But yeah, it was very, very entertaining. Very, very entertaining. Unfortunately, there was a few like technical hiccups, and people kept, because I was dressed up and evidently looked like I was doing something and guiding people and telling people where to go and stuff like that. People kept coming to me with their issues. So they turn around and be like, oh, my speaker isn't working. And I'd be like, okay, what do you want me to do about that? I'm like, if I see the dude, then I'll tell him. If not, I don't care. I don't give a shit. And there was a point where somebody, like one of my volunteers was like, they're really close to us and their music's going to be really overwhelming. And I was like, right at this moment in time, I couldn't give a single tug of a dead dog's cock. I just don't care. And they were like, yep, fair enough. Fair enough. I thought I'd just let you know. I was like, no, I appreciate you letting me know, but I don't care. I'm past that point now. Past the point of giving a shit. There's too much stuff going on. I don't care. You know? Oh, my lordy. Right. Where was I? Pre-stop traffic light. Yeah, basically. I see that you're not. The good thing, there's nowhere close to where I live. It's true. It's true. Right there. That was close to where I live. I say close. It's a little drive away, but yeah. Think sort of spot some of your former choir, possibly Zooey. There was definitely choir members in there, and they were singing along for sure. See the C section? The section that I see is the section, most certainly, Eric, for sure. Van in the sunlight, I know. Now, if they said I have this rash on my penis, you'd be more able to advise. This is true. This is very, very true. That I would like them not to get their penis out in the middle of 700 people, including children. I'd like that. I'd like that to not happen. You know, just saying. You know. But yeah, it was great. It was absolutely fantastic and glorious. And then like I said, I was expecting to wake up on Sunday morning really ill. I was expecting to wake up Sunday morning really fucking ill because
I felt that there was like a lurgy in my system, like a flu. Like my housemate has been ill with the flu for all of last week and was pretty fucking ill as well. So I was expecting to like wake up once the adrenaline had gone, once I'd pushed through everything and done, and just like be hit with the illness. And I wasn't, and I was really annoyed because I had a massage booked in, and I cancelled the massage in order to, so that I didn't pass on the illness, and then I didn't wake up with an illness. I was like, fuck, I could have had the massage. I could have gone for this beautiful massage, but no. So yeah, very glad to hear you wouldn't want that, Van. In fact, I'd expect it. Exactly. I would not want that. No, definitely not. We definitely had some... There was definitely some issues during the parade, like with certain people being there that shouldn't have been there and stuff like that. But fortunately, none of that was shit that I had to deal with. I was speaking to some of the people from the welfare tent after it and was like hearing all about it and was like, fucking hell. I am glad that I didn't have to be anywhere near that. Jesus Christ, that's not okay. That's not an alright scenario. But that's what happens when you're dealing with 700 people that turn up for a parade. It's like, there's always going to be some shit that happens. Do you know what I mean? There's always going to be some shit that happens. So yeah. So that was my Friday, my Saturday. And then my Sunday, I saw my mother for Mother's Day. Hung out with them for a little bit. And then just chilled out for the most of the day. Mainly because of the fact that I was struggling to like move without pain because all of my muscles had seized up. All my muscles had seized up. So I was like, well, this fucking hurts. God damn it. I hate this. So I just kind of rested on Sunday. And then today I watched Louis Theroux's Inside the Manosphere, which was fucking fascinating. And that's what the stream title is about and what I was going to talk about. I also realized as well, friends, that today I saw, just as I was flicking through my fucking Discord, that today was meant to be the day that I did my fucking Bob Ross painting on my face. I completely fucking forgot about it until like literally a second ago. I was like, oh shit, I gotta do that. So I'm gonna have to do that. Wait, can I do it next week? th of March. I get back from my trip on midday, but I could do it next week. Let's do it next week. Change from 16th of March to 23rd of March. Okay. Let's do that. Let me quickly change that in the calendar as well. Or in the announcements section. While I remember. Long date, short time. We want 23rd of March at 1900. Copy to clipboard. Change that. Move that there. Cool. Change that. That's all fine. Sorted. So that's changed in the announcement section now. So when people look at the announcements, they'll be able to see it. You were funneling people. Oh, excuse me. You were funneling people. You didn't have to deal with that, but you had to deal with other things. Always. Always have to deal with things. I can't help myself. I am inherently, like, as an event organizer myself, as somebody who runs events and runs relatively large scale events, I love being involved. And when people book me, like, my fee isn't cheap. Do you know what I mean? My fee is not cheap. I am not a cheap person to hire by any stretch of the imagination. But my fee includes the job that you book me for, plus the availability to be there to pick up any slack that needs picking up. in any way, shape, or form. And I will every single time. The amount of gigs that I do where I basically become a stage manager as well as a compere or as well as a performer or what have you is it's all included. It's just where I am, you know. Moot pulled a glute during physio a couple of weeks back. It still hurts. So I'm gonna go on slightly more toned ass cheek. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm still feeling the ache today for sure. For sure. It's a lot less, which is good. Just that's what happens when you walk for 13 hours pretty much non-stop, or at least you're on your feet for 13 hours pretty much non-stop, you know. Help tell them apart. Well, let me forget, that's for sure. The truth hurts. In your case, just literally. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. But yeah, friends, today I watched Into the Manosphere. Does anybody know what that is? Has anybody seen it?
Yeah, you subscribe.
Jags!
Kind.
A Roman walks into a bar and says, "I'll have a Martinez." The bartender says, "You mean a martini?" The Roman replies, "No, if I wanted a double I would have asked for one."
Are you Latin joking me? Are you Latin joking me? Oh my god. Jags, I shall now inscribe your name on the Mirror of Fame for the 72nd month. My god. My god. By having your name on the Mirror of Fame, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all those sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But god damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, meow, you know? You know? Oh, my lordy. Dead joke? What, because it's a dead language? Because it's a dead language? Yeah, that one? How's it going, Anita was here? How you doing, you beautiful individual? How you doing, you wonderful being? Oh, my lord. Thank you very much for the shout out for Anita was here. People go check out Anita. Anita was a wonderful, wonderful individual. I rated them the other week and what have you. I haven't seen you stream recently, Anita. I have been looking out just to see if I can pop in and what have you. But I have been really, really busy, so that might be on me. That might be on me. I hope you're doing well, you beautiful being. Thank you so much, Shamdar, for shouting out Anita. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Go check them out, friends. They're glorious. You're doing well. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it. So, I'm watching it tonight. Okay. I'll try and avoid. I mean, can you get spoilers with a documentary? Is that a thing? Is that a thing? Chags! Look at you coming over here. Look at you, you cheeky little devil. Good lord. Scandalous. Coming over here, getting a cheeky little smolder. Ooh. Outrageous, I tell you. Absolutely outrageous. Just as we're about to talk about manliness. Manliness, being manly, and ooh, manliness, manliness. Ooh, yes. Goddamn manliness, ooh. There you go, you cheeky little devil. Okay, so do you all know, all those people that said, I don't know what that is, do you know who Louis Theroux is? Are you aware of who they are as a journalist, an investigative journalist? It's on your watch list, yeah. Maybe. Spent today watching Zombieland movies. That's fair. That is entirely fair. Absolutely. Watching it tonight. Small result. Oh my lordy. Doing well. Haven't streamed in a bit. That might be the reason why then. That might be the reason why. And do you know what? I hope whatever it is, whatever the reason that has kept you away from streaming has been a fulfilling one, or at least one that you've learned something about yourself with. You know what I mean? Seen loads of stuff, not bothered about spoilers. Entirely fair. Do 10-15 minutes of spoiler free, then go into detail. It's hard to really. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, yeah, that's not a bad call. That's not a bad call by any stretch of imagination, Jump. So Louis Theroux is an investigative journalist. Half American, half English.
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
A Roman walks into a bar, throws up a peace sign and goes, 5 ale please.
I hate how intelligent that is, Eric. I hate how intelligent that is. I hate it. I hate it because it makes sense. I hate that. God damn it. Thank you very much for the 100 little pandering. 200 little panderings. Dude, double trouble. Double trouble, Eric. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. That was far too intelligent. I was used to the dad jokes that were coming in here, all right? Thank you very much, Minipanda, for explaining. Peace then. 5 hails. So Louis Theroux is an investigative journalist, which is really interesting because after I watched the documentary today, I saw a little YouTube thing with Louis Theroux on it. And one of the questions that he was asked was like an interview. One of the questions that somebody asked Louis was, what draws you to these subjects? And Louis's answer was that he considers himself quite a bog standard, like normal kind of person. And he is fascinated by people that aren't bog standard and aren't normal. And he's like, why do you do what you do? What is it that you are doing that that makes you think you can get away with this and do the things that you are doing? Which I thought was very, very interesting. So he basically goes, for those people who don't know who Louis Theroux is, he is, like I said, an investigative journalist, but he goes to the world's most violent prisons. He did an interview with Jimmy Savile before Jimmy Savile was caught or outed as a prolific predator, a sexual child predator. He was like he went to like some death row inmates. He investigated like ganglands and stuff. He does very, very in-depth investigative documentaries, but he always goes in from a point of neutrality. So he never goes in trying to expose people. He never goes in like trying to out people or cause problems. Yeah, he does interviews with cults, wrestling companies, other interests. Yeah, he will basically go to any genre of people, any collection of people, or any specific individual person because he's interested by them. Whether that be good, bad, or ugly, he's just interested. He's like, you are interesting. I'd like to do an interview with you. Would you be interested in that? But he doesn't, like I said, he doesn't go in with any kind of like alternate motive. He goes in, give them rope long enough to hang themselves. Do you know what? I filmed myself while I was watching the Manosphere, and I literally phrased that. That is one of the things that I said. He is exactly the kind of person that gives them rope long enough to hang themselves, you know? He's famous for doing long pauses to let people talk too much. Yeah. He just asks a question, and then when the answer's really, really short, he's like, okay. And then they get nervous, and then they keep talking, and they give them, like you said, give them rope long enough to hang themselves. He does them to learn about people. And if he exposes them, then so be it. Exactly. That is exactly it. He will go into a documentary situation to learn about people, to learn about somebody, to learn because somebody's interesting, or a group of people are interesting, or a cult is interesting, or what have you, or an industry is interesting. He'll go in just because he's interested in them. And if it happens to expose them, then so be it. But he isn't particularly reactive. He's not reactive at all. And it's a really fascinating one, especially within like the most recent one, which is Inside the Manosphere, exploring male toxicity, but more specifically toxic male influencers who are there being like, men are always right, women are worth nothing, there's only 2 genders, if you're not successful then you're fucking shit, horrifically homophobic. Surprisingly, like I didn't realize quite how bad it was in certain dynamics, but they're very, very anti-Semitic as well. They've got a lot of prejudice against the Jews, which they are very much also the kind of people that will turn around and be like, I can't be anti-Semitic. That guy over there is Jewish and he works for me. I can't be homophobic. I've got a gay cousin. That kind of people. You know, where it's like, I'm going to use them to justify my I'm going to use the fact that I've got a gay cousin to justify my homophobia. And one of the things that isn't a spoiler, but will give a very clear cut, because this isn't a spoiler, this is something that I'm sure many of you will have heard outside of the documentary. A lot of these people say, when Louis specifically asked them, are you a misogynist? Would you consider yourself to be a misogynist? He'd say no, or they all pretty much said no, because misogynists hate women and I love women. In fact, I have a reputation for loving them as often as possible. It's that kind of dynamic. It's like, I can't be a misogynist. I love women. And it's like, now I will say, I expected, like, I wanted to watch it because I have, as much as I don't always agree with Louis Theroux, I have a deep respect for him. And I appreciate the work that he does going into these situations. I expected to go into it and be angry because it's an hour and 31 minutes. And I expected to be angry for an hour and 30 minutes. However, I wasn't. I really wasn't. There was a section of it. For about 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes, where it made me really angry, and it really spiked my justice complex, because I've got quite a bad justice complex. But other than that, I just felt sad. How's it going, Nibrin? How you doing? I just felt sad. I was just like, I feel like, with the full understanding that a reason is not an excuse. We're literally just starting the conversation, Alexander Griffin, about the inside the Manosphere. Like, I as I was just saying, to recap, I went into the documentary expecting to be full of rage and full of anger, and there was definitely moments in it that made me angry. But I just felt sad. The way that when you actually like look into their lives, when you look into all that they have been, all that they have grown up to be, the way that they've sculpted themselves, the way that they view their opinions, it's just pretty pathetic. It's just pretty pathetic. And you're just like a reason does not an excuse make. I am not excusing any of their behavior by any stretch of the imagination, but it shows it in such a different light, because he would spend days with them. Do you know what I mean? He'd go in with his film crew and spend days with them and be like, all right, let's investigate this. Like, he'd ask the questions. He'd be like, okay, like, how does your, like, you've got a wife, you've got one-way misogyny. How does that work? How does your partner feel about that? And every single thing was just like, this is just pathetic. I pity them. Not in any way, not with any desire to want to help them, because, like I said, you give them the rope to hang themselves with. Do you know what I mean? But I'm just like, that's really pitiable. That's really, like, quite pathetic. And that's all I'll say without giving away too many spoilers. I am going to go into it a bit further. If people don't want to have spoilers, then now's the time to disappear off, go find somebody else, or what have you, you know. He does to learn about people. Yeah. So he went in to learn about people. Sure, I should watch that one. See if it's the same as when I met him. He does still say to this day that the worst person he ever met was Jimmy Savile. Yeah, because when he met Jimmy Savile, he didn't. So when Louis Theroux met Jimmy Savile, he didn't know he was a sexual predator. He had no idea that Jimmy Savile was a predator of children. This national hero of the UK was a predator of children. They had no fucking clue. And it was only over the course of the time, and because of Louis Theroux's experience with pretty vile people, that he was like, something's off here. Something's really wrong here. I haven't seen his interview with Jimmy Savile, because I don't. That one will make me angry. That one I don't think I'll be able to contain my fury with it. But yeah, wild. He's coffee to discuss all that. Not sure how much help I'd be. I was a child, yeah. It's the sort of content parents are either trying to get their kids away from or are blissfully unaware. Yes. Yeah. Very much so. He's a great documentary. Yeah, he's a phenomenal making documentaries. Absolutely, for sure. Try to explain my pacifism and acceptance as I love everyone with small caveats. The level of ick that phrase instills has me wondering if I need to find a new way of expressing it. I can understand it. I can understand why you would think that, but you've got to remember that it's about your interpretation. You know what those caveats are, and you don't need to justify those caveats to anybody else, Alec. Do you know what I mean? I felt more worried that they've got so many young followers who they may be influencing. Absolutely. But what I found most interesting about the entire documentary was actually the fact that it explored in a psychosocial dynamic the origins of that kind of mentality, which I found quite fascinating. And obviously I've talked before about toxic masculinity. I've talked about the weight of the burden of being a cisgender male. And it is a weight and it is a burden. And that is not by any stretch of the imagination saying it shouldn't be a weight and a burden. Because being a, like it's that whole thing of it's not all men, but it's always a man. It's not all men, but it's always a man. And those of us that are cisgender men who are decent people feel the weight of the wrongs done by the cisgender men that are not decent people. And we always will feel that weight, you know? And there is a weight there. And as I've said it before, but long before this documentary came out, it's like when you are constantly called a villain and constantly called evil and constantly called bad and constantly being told that everything that is wrong with the world is because of you, because you're a man, and then someone turns around and goes, actually, you're a pretty all right person, you're going to start paying attention to the person that's bigging you up, especially as a young person. And one of the things that I noticed, like when I was watching the documentary, is like, if those people, because of the way that they manipulate the truth, and they do manipulate the truth, because of the way that they manipulate the truth, they're one of the like core ethoses that sprung up in it was this idea of, if you are born a man, bearing in mind that they only believe in binary genders, okay? If you are born a man, you are born with nothing. This is their theory, okay? If you are born a man, you are born with nothing. You have no value, and you have to carve your own value out in the world. If you are born a woman, you're automatically given value because you have a vagina, eventually you'll have tits, and you have your beauty. And that will give you value regardless of anything else. And these young people who are constantly jealous, can't find the things, can't do the things they want to do, are confused as to why they can't do the things they want to do because they're still learning and sculpting their brain, what have you. They'll see people giving beautiful women free gifts and free trips around the world and what have you, and be like, yeah, see, there's the proof that I need. The proof that I need is right there. These beautiful women are getting all this free stuff. I'm not paying attention to the all of the other women. I'm only paying attention to the 0.01% of women that are getting all the free stuff. They're getting all the free stuff because they've got beauty, and I have to work real hard to do it. So they owe me because I need to work hard to do that stuff. And when I think about like when I was like fucking 12, 13. I couldn't, like, if somebody had started telling me that shit when I was 12, 13, I probably would have believed it. I probably would have believed it. Because I will have seen beautiful women around me getting free stuff. Or more specifically, not even free stuff. Beautiful women around me getting attention. Attention that they probably didn't want. Attention that they were desperately trying to get away from. But they were getting attention. And I'm like, well, why can't I get attention? Well, they got a free... They're having it easy because they've got a vagina. And everybody wants a vagina. Everybody wants to get inside that vagina. So they must have it real easy. Whereas I've got to work really fucking hard because it's so hard for me because I was born with a penis. Yeah. It's the whole thing. It's like, it's the manipulation of the misinformation about what people see directly in front of them. It's kind of like if the comparison that I sprung up in my mind when I was watching it was in the UK, we have a massive issue with people complaining about immigration. Okay. And since I was a young child, the whole thing of they took our jobs, reality distortion is a very good way of putting it, Shade Sunshine, yeah. They took our jobs. The immigrants are coming over here and they're taking our jobs. And the proof of the immigrants taking our jobs is the fact that I, a white cisgender man, don't have a job and I'm struggling to get a job, but insert ethnicity here has a job at the corner shop around the corner from me. They have a job and I don't have a job. So therefore, that immigrant has taken my job. I'm going to back up my prejudiced racist belief based on the fact that directly in my vicinity, I can see that there's an immigrant person, or not even an immigrant person, a person that is... Flee. Oh my lordy, you've come in quite at the time, beautiful raiders. Hold on, let me welcome you all in, and then we'll talk about it. All right, welcome on in, you cheeky little devils, ladies and gentlemen, all genders outside and in between. Delve deep into your bits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders, throw them at the cheeky devils. Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine who do they think they are? The absolute odd. I can't even speak. I'm choking on my own saliva of excitement. My milkshake brings all the chat to the stream, and they're like, it's really funny, and damn right, my community. I could teach you, but I'd have to milk ye. Dun, 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 dun. So much popcorn. People go check out Milky Age. Milky Age is a glorious, glorious human being who we have known for a little while now. What were you doing? What, you doing some RPG stuff? RPG maker. What RPG were you making? Milk me, buy me dinner first. Oh my naughty. That's the scandal, the preposterousness. All right. We have a new lyric. Let's go. How's it going, you beautiful beings? Welcome on in. People from my stream, go check out Milky Age. Milky Age, I don't know whether I follow you because I don't think I ever even realized that you streamed. I don't follow you. I'm going to correct that right now. Correcting that right now. People from Milky Age's stream, as much as I know them as a human being, I do not know them as a streamer. Can you please describe Milky Age in 3 tantalizing little words? in order to whet the whistles of my beautiful community so they can be tempted to go over and click that cheeky little follow button. Yes. Friends, if you're new here, 2 things you need to know about this channel. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. No, faux pas individuals, faux pas. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. 2, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave, because I'm a colossal filth wizard. I don't want to be corrupting the ears of the young. We talk about sex all the time, and the topic of conversation we're about to talk about, or in the process of talking about, is the new Louis Theroux documentary, Into the Manosphere. So if you don't want spoilers, now's a good time to leave. But it's a very interesting topic of conversation. It's a very interesting topic of conversation. Just giving you that heads up, all right? But as a result, we like trigger warnings, as it were, giving you the confirmation of content warnings. We will be talking about toxic masculinity. We will be talking about misogyny. We will be talking about generational trauma. And probably a little bit of bigotry going on there. A little bit of bigotry. Just, we're giving you that heads up. We don't always have serious topic conversations, but I find the entire dynamic of the manosphere and the hypocrisy behind it quite fascinating from a anger-inducing point of view. You know? 3 words. Calm tech rage. Okay, hold on. You said what you were making a second ago. Made a game when I was like 15 in RPG Maker 2003, and you're trying to remake it in the new RPG Maker MZ. Ooh, okay. We can work with that. Bit of pedophiles. Yeah, there will be reference of like... The only reference of that, to be fair, Sway, was down to the fact that Louis Theroux did an interview with Jimmy Savile. Jimmy Savile was a prolific paedophile in the UK, but wasn't, at the time of the interview, was not that none of that was known. So it like kind of came out shortly after that. So yeah, that was the only real reference to it. Though. Yeah, I suppose it's good to have that content warning there just in case. Though it doesn't really touch on it. It doesn't really touch on it, you know? Where was I? But also, how you doing, you beautiful beans? By the way, if you need to disappear off, if you need to go grab a snappy treat, if you need to go grab a delightful beverage, Milky Age and Monkey Mail and Mug's Chicken and anybody else who popped in with the raid, you'll please go do so. Please look after yourself. As much as I love your attention, and I really do love your attention, your life must come before my ego. I know it's hard to believe, but it's true. You know. Let me scroll up a bit because I was off on one. Yeah, the whole thing of young followers do bang harder when you bounce back and forth between mad and sad. Don't answer if that's too personal. Do you bang harder? How do you mean, Fagoth? Between mad and sad? I'm confused as to what you're referring to. Please clarify and I will answer. I'm a very open, honest person. Do you need to raid and run? Is this bedtime? No worries. Go do your thing. Thank you so much, Milky Age. I really appreciate you being here. Go do your snoozy times. Do the bits and pieces. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Half expecting you to say I was expecting to be angry but I wasn't. I'm still angry. Yeah, exactly. I'm still angry. But I wasn't. It was just sad. The entire documentary. So we're talking, for those people who have just joined us, we're talking about the new documentary, a Louis Theroux documentary called Into the Manosphere, where Louis Theroux, an investigative journalist who goes into every situation with an air of neutrality, just trying to understand things, did this documentary called Into the Manosphere, which explores toxic male influences and the toxic male influence that is had, you know? It's an interesting one. And like I said, I expected to go into it being really fucking angry because toxic male influences piss me off. But actually, I just ended up feeling really sad. Really fucking sad about it all. It was just really... like, they're just very pathetic. And pitiable. you know. Emotional states can affect a libido, can stimuli which invokes these emotions improve your performance or get rid of a stiffy real quick. I have to say, that's a pretty unusual question. I don't tend to watch documentaries with a raging boner, generally speaking. I am definitely not one of those people that could, like, you know how people get angry and have sex and they like, or there's a phrase called hate fucking where you have sex with your mortal enemy because you're hugely attracted to each other, but you actually hate each other's guts and so on. I can't do any of that shit. If I'm in a fucking vile place, there ain't a fucking chance any of that's happening. My brain is like, no, you are angry, you ain't horny. Not a fucking chance. And equally sadness as well. Like I don't tend to get horny when I'm sad. I can tend to get leave me the fuck alone. I need to deal with this in my brain yet. You know? Could have framed the documentary to incite anger, but they chose to MCP. No, I don't think that was the case at all, Potato of Injustice. I don't think it was a framing scenario. Louis Theroux is renowned, absolutely renowned, to go in from a point of neutrality. And as in, go in with no preconceptions, no thoughts, just let's see what it's all about. And the documentary itself proceeds in exactly with his thought process. So it's like, okay, this was interesting. That's an odd reaction. Why have you done that? Or do you not think that's a bit misogynistic? Do you not think that's a bit unfair? Okay, all right, okay, well, let's see where this goes. And we'll absolutely just ride the wave of whatever path it takes him on, just goes for it. Just absolutely rides that wave. Which is one of the reasons why, even though I don't always agree with him, I do have a lot of deep respect for Louis Theroux and what he does, because he does go in neutral and just sees where it takes him. Just sees where it goes, you know? I think he did a good job of it because it's sad. Yeah, it is sad. It is absolutely sad. I feel like another indication that some parts of the Western society are stepping back rather than progressing. I don't know, though, Rate, to be honest with you. My overall view when I came out of it was that it's burning itself out too quick. Because the thing that about these toxic male influencers is that they start somewhere and all of their content, every bit of their content, everything that makes them popular, everything that makes them worth watching to their audiences is entirely based on sensationalism and controversy. And the thing about sensationalism and controversy is it's, especially in this day and age with short attention spans, is it's very, very easy for people to get used to it. They get used to it too quickly. They get jaded to it too quickly. And therefore, the creator constantly has to push that bar higher in order to keep their viewers engaged. And when their viewers are no longer engaged, they do something really fucking stupid and they crash and burn very, very quickly. And the thing about crashing and burn very quickly is the fact that sensationalism is just as popular as the stuff that they've been doing, which means that everybody gets to see how badly they crashed and burned. It's happened with fucking, oh my god, what's his name? Johnny. Oh, fucking hell. 11 p.m. No worries, you go do your thing, Eric. You take it easy, beautiful bean. Johnny Somali. Yeah, Johnny Somali, who is now in looking at an extended period in Korean jail because of needing to push it further and further and further until the point where he broke the law, and now he's looking at several years, potentially even decades, in a prison in Korea because he just kept fucking breaking the law. Fuck, what was his name as well? I'm so bad with fucking names. It really pisses me off because it's really important that I fucking say it. It's times like this that really fucks me off that I'm so bad with names, because I'm like, this person, I know exactly who I'm fucking talking about, and they're a perfect example of this situation, and it just really aggravates me. I'm so fucking shit with names, but they're a content creator that got really big off OnlyFans, and they treat people like shit, and they walk around with a fucking bodyguard and then start fights knowing full well that they're going to hide behind their bodyguard seconds later, and they're recently been put in prison because they wouldn't get out of the middle of a fucking road. And the police were like, get out the fucking road. And they were like, yeah, as soon as we've done this. But their narcissism got in the way of their fucking... their narcissism and arrogance got in the way of them understanding the fact that they were breaking the fucking law. And they got arrested. And it's like, then they looked to their bodyguard for support. And the bodyguard was like, I ain't getting involved with the fucking police. What is wrong with you? The one in Japan was Johnny Smiley. That's the guy who's facing a prison term in Korea at the moment. Fuck, what's his name? I want to say, like, the last name was like Doherty. That's it. Thank you. Potato of Injustice. You have saved my fucking bacon. Thank you so much. Jack Doherty. What a massive fucking bellend. But he's a perfect example of had to get more and more and more and more and more outrageous and controversial, and burnt to the ground really fucking quickly. Burnt to the ground real fucking quickly because they become addicted to the sensationalism. They become addicted to the attention, and it's a classic example of like when creators put all of their worth inside the numbers. When they put all of they literally have their worth. It's like, well, I only got 2,000 followers. I only got 2,000 viewers today. And it's like, yeah, but 2,000 viewers is fucking loads and loads of people. Yeah, but it's only 2,000 viewers. Last week I had 4,000 viewers. You know, like the bratty child who desperately wants more presents every year. You know, that kind of thing. I can understand why there is the indication of like Western society stepping back rather than progressing, but I actually don't. I think it's the burning embers. I think it's, from what I have seen in a more political view, and we're not going to talk about politics, I'll talk about political landscapes. The political reporters and economists that I have watched basically have talked about how this seems to be like the dying embers of hardcore right-wing ideology, and the reason why they're being so like public and violent about it and aggressive about their ideologies is because the vast majority of the younger generation of the world are far more well-balanced people. They don't have such strong ideologies. And the thing about, like you say, the younger influence of the people is like, yeah, these young boys and young girls and stuff are watching these things and they're being influenced, but absolutely. But by the time that they're adults, they'll have seen them crash and burn as well. They'll have seen it all go horribly fucking wrong for them as well. You know? Because their target audience is young, impressionable men, but young, impressionable men with short attention spans that always need the next thing, you know? It's when he asked how he felt, and the partner just parroted the bloke and just felt so disappointed. Well, I don't know, there was some interesting moments in it. It's like one of these toxic male influencers had a wife who genuinely was perfectly happy being, or certainly seemed from the outset. She, like, a lot of the partners of these influencers did the classic thing that you notice in a lot of I'm hesitant to use the word, but I'm going to use the word. You see it a lot in potentially abusive relationships where one partner will be the dominant partner and the other partner will constantly look to them for like assurance as to what they should or should not do, for like the subtle signals as to whether something's right or not right, something's correct or incorrect or what have you. They'll constantly look to them. And there was one interview where one of these influencers had a wife and she never did any of that. She seemed very, very comfortable and what have you. And she just was very happy with being the monogamous partner when her this toxic man was going out and sleeping with other people. She wasn't bothered by it. She was like, I'd rather not know about it. I know he's going to do it, but he treats me right. He looks after me. I'm happy being the housewife. I want to be the housewife. I do these things. I do all the bits and pieces. And I was like, great. That is your choice. You have the freedom to choose that. If that's what you really want, and that's genuinely what you as a person really, really want, then you have the freedom to choose that. Absolutely. I know some people in the world that love to be housewives or house husbands or what have you, and that's what they really, really want in their life. Absolutely fucking fine. No issues at all. So long as it is their choice. As long as it is their choice to do that. That doesn't mean that they get to then inflict their familial perspective on everyone else in the fucking world. You know, it was a weird one for sure. How's it going, Scorpio? How you doing, you beautiful bean? Doing all right, doing okay. Talking about pretty heavy documentary, but doing okay. Lou was one of the first people to report after someone came forward, but he was dismissed. Oh, really? Okay, that's interesting. Don't hurt yourself, don't get angry over something you can't fix. Love you, Val. I never do that. I mean, I will always get angry over things that I can't fix, for sure. I get angry over the injustice of it more than anything else. But yeah, that's like an injustice thing more than anything else, you know? But I understand where my limitations are, and I don't hold myself accountable for things that I have no control over. I'm very good like that. Or certainly at that part of it. Obviously you have it on in the background, yeah. Sadly, the person that you are talking about, will not say his name, I cannot bring myself to, was known within circles of vile sickness, covered openly. Oh yeah, absolutely agree, 110%. But he was covered up within circles is a different thing entirely, and all of those people should be held accountable for sure. For sure. Right, let me just catch up a wee bit because I'm way behind in chat once again. Always somebody else's fault. Dog's girlfriend, absolutely. All the beautiful raiders coming in here, you cheeky little devils. People who aren't like me getting jobs and nobody else is applying. That was what we were talking about. Yeah, the whole blaming other people for stuff that is completely within your control. They should have a job and overqualify. Yeah, absolutely. Emotional states can. Oh yeah, that's what I reacted to earlier. That's Van's secret. He's always angry. No, wait, that was the hook. Van's always horny. No, not even that. Not even on that by any stretch of the imagination. I know a few friends who have watched it and have young boys, and it has opened their eyes to how boys and young teens get caught influenced by. Yeah, absolutely, mixed chicken. Absolutely. I can see how like me at the age of like 12, 13, 14 could easily have been caught up by that kind of thing, for sure. Tom Crazy, what if the Manosphere is a gateway to get all the young fighting men who don't believe in multiple genders to move to Russia? Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Fagoth, you're going out on some pretty extraordinary limbs here today. Don't know what's going on here, but let's not delve into conspiracy theories. You know, I don't want to go into the what ifs. I'd rather go into, okay, this is what happened. These are opinions upon the specific things that happened, you know? Fans had their like, whoa, documentary on stand, made me giggle momentarily, yeah. The tone shift there was around their partners' mothers was interesting as well. Yeah, there was a beautiful point with one of these toxic male influencers where their mother was there, and they very quickly went into well-behaved little boy. very, very quickly. But one of the things that, and again, this is a bit of a spoiler for the documentary, so if you want to mute, now's the time to do so. One of the things that Louis Theroux explores is the childhood of these, of some of these people, some of these influencers, you know? And it talks about how the vast majority of them like grew up without male role models. They grew up just completely absent of male role models, and the dynamic of the trauma that they grew up with, and like that's when I start talking about generational trauma and stuff like that. It's the whole of like, I didn't have these things, this is what I imagined a male role model should have been, so now I'm going to be that male role model, even though it is hugely abstract and dangerously inaccurate, you know, that kind of thing. Because it's basically, I mean, that kind of male role model is based off of 70s and 80s action heroes, which are caricatures of masculinity when you look at it, you know? Asta Laren, how you doing? How's it going? I'm doing all right, thank you. I had a wonderful, wonderful weekend, but now we're talking about toxic masculinity. There are plenty of younglings who still worship Tate. Yeah, but they'll still see him crash and burn. I'm not saying that there won't be people that fall into that. Absolutely, there definitely will. But I genuinely think it's a dying breed because of how sensationalist they have to be in order to stay relevant. And the moment they're no longer relevant, they move on to somebody else. You know, what's probably a more interesting thing that I wish that Louis Theroux had gone into was the fact that behind most of these male influencers, and this is the bit that few people talk about, because few people really know about it, but behind most of these male influencers, there is a financial advice pyramid scheme. And the financial advice pyramid scheme always leads to some extremely disreputable and often terribly reviewed financial advisors. But every single time that they get somebody to sign up, they take a cut. And every single time, and the person above them takes a cut of all of their cuts. And the person above them takes a cut of all of their cuts. There's a pyramid scheme behind all of the bravado, behind all of the misogyny, behind all of the patriarchy, behind all of the horrific toxicity and bigotry. There is actually a financial backing that's based within a pyramid scheme. There are people that own financial companies that are sketchy as fuck that are benefiting financially from the bravado of these horrifically toxic people, you know? 3 years with Labour and sex offender registry is what the judge asked for. I know the judge is being particularly harsh on him because of the fact that Johnny Somali is being a fucking douche and has not taken a single bit of this seriously. How's it going, Dark Maker? It has been a very, very, very long time. I hope you're doing well, friend. Hope you're doing well. Hope life's been treating you okay. Do you think in terms of followers, it's more of mob mentality than they actually believe the vile things they're saying? Yes, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Will there be people within that genuinely believe? But the documentary itself does talk about, like, they do speak to a couple of the fans, which I thought was interesting. They like catch up with a couple of the fans and they're like, what is it about them that draws you in? What is it that makes you want to do more? Like, and a lot of it is just encouragement. A lot of it is just like helping somebody to get past what they have, like some of their darker times in their life and stuff like that. those people, they never said anything, or the fans at the very least never said anything negative about women. They didn't say anything, or not that I remember off the top of my head. Like, yeah, they had more broader views, but I do think there's definitely a mob mentality thing in there. And one of the scenes in it really highlights that, because there was a guy that after the fact, after the incident, in fact, you know, let me tell you as it says. The thing is, there was a guy that was coming to meet them, coming to meet the boys who had been pretending to be a girl for a date, and then they beat the shit out of him in the street. Like, that happens in the documentary, and it's all blurred and what have you, bits and pieces, and it goes way overboard and way over the top. And then after the fact, they were like, oh yeah, he was a predator. And it's like, well, nobody said that before it. Nobody said anything about him being a predator beforehand. Just after the fact, they're just like, oh, by the way, he's a predator. That's the reason why we beat him up. And that was like, and Louis Theroux himself actually turns around and goes, do you think he was a bit of like mob mentality going on in there? Like, you just all just started piling in because things escalated outrageously, you know? You know? So yeah, I do think there is a mob mentality in there, and I do think that a lot of the majority of the followers follow for the sensationalism, and because they want to feel like they belong somewhere. I think that the majority of the followers in a one-on-one situation will probably be a lot more mellow and have a lot more of the ideas of, oh yeah, they say these things, but I don't believe in those things. I follow these people because they're very funny, or they're very rich, or they do these things. But actually, if push came to shove, I wouldn't blame all of my problems on this group of people. You know? Not saying that there won't be extremists in there, because there are always extremists in every group of people. But I'm saying that the majority of them will be following along for the sensationalism. Not the sensationalism and the controversy, not because of the horrific toxic practices, as it were, you know. I mean, as recalling names, so I fucking hate it. I hate it when I can't recall a name and Jack Doherty is one that I really, really struggle with as well, because I think about him quite a bit because of the way his social media career has been. But yeah, because I always think it's Donahue for some reason. I always think Jack Donahue, and it's never that, and it always annoys me. Always annoys me. Pop mentality, but there's a huge scope of young men that are feeding off this garbage because they are alone and they think it's the way to meet people who will accept them. I mean, I think there is something to be said about the male loneliness. They call it a male loneliness epidemic, but actually it's not. It's an accountability thing. It's the fact that the cisgender men as a gender are finally being held accountable for some of the actions of our entire gender throughout fucking history, and we are feeling the brunt of it. And does it fucking hurt to feel the brunt of it? Abso-fucking-lutely. Is it deserved for our entire gender? Yeah. Not all men, but always a man. I completely agree with that. Is it then easier to fall in line with people that tell you you're great? Yeah. Yeah, it is, yeah. Absolutely. Since today's been mentioned, I'd like to see Louis interview... Oh, I don't know. He's not going to be able to. I was about to say, he didn't... Louis Theroux didn't interview Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate refuses to have an interview. Actually, he didn't say this in the documentary, but it wouldn't surprise me, because Andrew Tate refuses to have interviews with fucking anybody who disagrees with him, or could disagree with him. I was always the vein of the fabulous. I try my best. It's kind of my thoughts. I'm pondering whether it's kind of the thing that will die out or whether they'll move on to the next person saying inflammatory things. They'll move on to the next person saying inflammatory things to a degree, but they won't forget the burning of the last person. I don't believe at this stage, at the very least. I grew up in a culture of neo-Nazis and army cadets bullshit. It fades, it all fades, but there's always the remnants that shit me to tears, that rekindle the bullshit all over again. Yeah, they will, absolutely. Well, history goes in cycles. Any historian will tell you this. History goes in cycles, and it cycles and cycles and goes round and around and around and around and around and around and around. And the thing about it going round and around and around is it cycles, but it always cycles forward a little bit. You know? We didn't have gay rights for generations and generations and generations. We didn't have trans recognition, never mind rights, for generations and generations and generations. History repeats itself, but it does cycle slowly forward. It will go back on itself, but it'll then push forward a little bit, and then it'll go back on itself, and then it'll push forward a bit. And we are on the back cycle at the moment. We are very much feeling it going back on itself, where we're seeing a lot of misogyny, we're seeing a lot of bigotry, we're seeing a lot of sexism, we're seeing a lot of racism, we're seeing a lot of that circle its way back. But I do truly believe, based on understanding of historical cycles in the past, that it will circle round, because all indicators, when you're talking about like social political dynamics, all indicators show that the youth of today, at least in the Western world, in fact, you know what? No, the Western world and the Far Eastern world, as in like the youth of Japan and China, from what I understand, and like Thailand and stuff like that, from what I understand, again, from my limited knowledge, tend to be more understanding, more open-minded, more accepting, more appreciative and wanting to learn, and more, like I say, open-minded to ways that they're not fully understanding themselves. So I think that the cycle will come round again. We're just on a really bad back end of it at the moment. I saw your rules. You won't convince me otherwise about religion. My father keeps thinking he can change my mind as well 26 years later, and still think so. I'm anti as well. Greaser, my view has always been, I have no issue with a person's faith. I have no issue with a person's faith, personally. But I have an issue with organized religion, because I don't believe that an organized religion has anything to do with deity or belief or anything to do with any kind of like super, I don't want to say the godlike being. I think it's entirely to do with with control. Yeah, no worries. Thanks, mods. Just to remind everybody, friends, although I do keep talking about like social politics and social economics and stuff like that, just a reminder, unless I specifically say so, I don't want people bringing up politics in the chat. If you're seeing your messages be deleted in the chat, it's because they are too political, and the mods know what my limits are. Okay? The mods know what my limits are. Unless I specifically ask something, they are under strict instructions to delete things if it becomes too political or what have you. Okay? So just be aware, we're talking about toxic masculinity. We're talking about social media toxic masculinity. I might edge on the boundary of politics every so often, but that is because this is my place and I'm allowed to do what the fuck I want. That doesn't mean that that is acceptable for everybody to do. Okay, just be aware of that. And please don't be offended if the mods delete your comments. It's nothing personal. They're just trying to respect my personal boundaries. Okay. Gotta head out. Have a great rest of stream. As always, amazing place to have these heavy but respectful discussions. If you don't see this now, then goodbye in about 20 minutes. Thank you very much, Creo. I know you've gone, but still, thanks so much. My male role model was a piece of shit, and he taught me that I didn't want to be anything like him, which is inside of it. That you broke the cycle. Presumably, Alec, I'm making vast assumptions here, but like you, like the thing about generational trauma and what have you is you can break the cycle or you can repeat the cycle, and I like to think that the vast majority of people break the cycle, you know, because they don't want to be anything like their toxic parent, grandparent, guardian, whatever, you know. So I video recently someone who fell into a vampire cult at 16. Sounds about right. The thing is that when you're in those ages, you're really impressionable. I was horrifically impressionable when I was in my young teenage years, you know. Faye Goth, I don't know whether you are still here or not, but I've just read your comment about representation of Muslims. We are not talking about representation of any religion at all. When we brought up the question of Andrew Tate, it's purely on account of the fact that Andrew Tate is a toxic male influencer who propagates misogyny, sexism, bigotry, narcissism. Like that is the context. His religion, whatever that may or may not be, I genuinely don't know. Whatever that may or may not be, has nothing to do with the conversation, which is the reason why your comment was deleted. Just giving you that bit of context there, okay? Tate's a Muslim and you were talking about immigrants and wouldn't want to stop bigotry against them. I mean, I was talking about immigration in the regards of the... Okay. My comment about immigration was the dynamic of when compared to this misogynistic idea of women get everything for free because they've got a vagina and they're beautiful, and men have to work really, really hard. That ideology is backed up by the proof of the fact that I have seen this beautiful woman and I see that she gets free stuff in exactly the same way that bigoted people in the United Kingdom will turn around and go, we don't like immigrants because they're taking our jobs. That is backed up by the fact that I am a white person who doesn't have a job, and the person down the road who works in the corner shop is an immigrant. That was the only reference to immigration that we made. That was not, like, that was a point of comparison to understand, like, the mental jumps that people make between, an anecdote, is that they understanding the mental jumps that people make. It's got nothing to do with anybody's religion or anything else. I wasn't bringing in immigration to it because immigration actually has nothing to do... Well, it's nothing to do with the documentary that we watched. That didn't really come into it, you know? Forgot to take your meds. Take them now if that was an appropriate time to do so. There's an element of targeting the vulnerable audience who leap on whatever's being said as they feel accepted. Yes, very much so. Very, very much so. But every cult does that. Every cult does that. I think what we're really seeing in this day and age is, first of all, this is the first real generation that have been raised on the internet. Because most of these influencers, not all of them, but most of these influencers are like in their mid-20s. Like early to mid-20s. So they're the first real generation that have been fully raised on the internet. I also think that this is the first time that we are seeing cult mentality or the tactics that cults use to gain followers used on a massive scale, like an international scale, because of stuff like the internet. That doesn't mean that it's going to work. That doesn't mean that it's going to make us all, the progress of society, fall backwards.
I think it's going to burn out more than anything else. I think it'll be very intense for a while, but then it'll burn out. In exactly the same way that, like, and one of the reasons why I think it's going to burn out is because people that, generally speaking, the populace of human beings are getting bored of sensationalism. You see this on stuff like YouTube, where stuff like Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast was very, very sensationalist, did all of these things, always doing the next thing, and the game shows and the challenges, and it's over the top, over the top, over the top, over the top. And now people are less interested in watching their videos because they're too sensationalist. People are more interested in watching, like, people make hobbies, like do craft stuff with hobbying, things that they can really identify with on like a personable level. And I think the build a house out of wood, yeah, crafting stuff, wilderness stuff that makes them identify them on like a really personable level. One of the reasons why you see this is, like, if you look at go onto YouTube and just look up thumbnails. The thumbnails that pop up, you will find an awful lot of them are no longer this wild white border, fucking whoa, stuff is happening. And a lot of them are just a photo of a person. Because generally speaking, the algorithm with human beings en masse are consuming less sensational media. They are consuming more down-to-earth media that they can identify with on a person-to-person basis across entire platforms. So when I say it's gonna, and this isn't the first time this has happened.
Most kind.
I made a Swedish lava cake and now I'm shoveling it into my face.
I don't blame you at all, Rebel Nay. I don't blame you at all. Coming in with your 9 months of your 12-month subscription. Give me 2 seconds while I finish this thought process, and I'll be right with you. So yeah, I think that, like, this is when I talked earlier about the fact that history repeats itself. This is what we're talking about here, about the fact that people are getting tired of sensationalism, has literally repeated itself before in the past. In the regards of, like, the 80s hair metal scene. So in the 70s, glam metal started becoming more sensational, turned into hair metal. Everything got bigger and more spandex and more fake. And then throughout the entirety of the 80s, it got wilder, more makeup, bigger hair, bigger shoulder pads, big cod pieces. Like, things got more and more and more wild and in your face and over the top, and because they just kept getting more and more and more stuff happening because they desperately needed that more sensationalized, wanted people to keep going. And then Nirvana came along with grunge, and everyone went, oh, fuck this noise. Grunge fucking killed hair metal. Grunge killed hair metal. Because everyone went, oh shit, these guys we can really identify with on a really personal level. We do feel sad because everything's so fake. We do feel awful because, like, these things, or we do have these hopes. We don't want to be wearing all this stuff. This stuff is so over the top and sensational. I feel fake. Everything feels fake. I want something that feels real. And this is exactly what is happening again in social media. This is the cycle repeating itself once again, is the fact that we have got to a point where there is so much sensationalism in social media that everything just feels fake, and that people want to feel real again. And that is the reason why, that is like the core principle of why I think a lot of this, the manosphere, manfluencers, or whatever they fucking want to call themselves, is going to burn out. It's going to burn out because their entire product is based on sensationalization and controversy. And people get bored of that because it's not real anymore. You know? Anyway. Rebel Day, aka Elliot, how you doing, you beautiful being? I should now inscribe your name upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not about Snapchat, you chicken devil! And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes, but the most important thing is you gotta roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, harra, sexy, oh, yes, meow, you know? Making rough look good, yeah, you are.
while shoveling Swedish lava cake in your face. What about Van Halen? I know, right? Edging Valen. Sad we can't ban. Yeah, I know you want to ban me. There's many times that my mods want to ban the fuck out of me. Circles that should be spirals. I think they are. Overall, I think the circles of history are spirals at the very least. The Greeks, or was the Romans? The Greeks and Romans were both accepting of gay stuff. Ancient cultures were very, very accepting of both gay and trans dynamics. Boundaries are good, yes. Most certainly, most certainly. Is being aware that you are one of those cycles. It is being aware that you are in one of those cycles to be able to break out of it. Is where the reading and doing your own research can be useful. Absolutely. And having the want to do reading and do your own research, because a lot of people just fall into the dynamic of either A, thinking that things are too hard, or B, thinking that nothing they ever do is ever going to change anything anyway, so why bother? Which I can't fucking stand personally, because yeah, I'd rather try and fail than never try at all. And never had a good role model. My biological dad was an addict. My foster dad was just a sadist. That's really fucking shit. I'm gutted to hear that. I'm genuinely gutted to hear that. I want to believe I have, but until my daughters have kids of their own, if they do, then I won't know. I will continue to work to make sure the cycle has been broken. Alec, you are one of the most attentive, loving, and appreciative parents that I have come across. I think you can be pretty confident that the cycle is broken. That you are doing everything you can to ensure that that cycle is broken. For sure. The way someone can teach you is how to and how not to do something or be a person. But the other thing is, said Inimus, there's a lot of people have to learn things themselves. You can tell somebody how to do something. You can tell somebody, like, one of the biggest things that I have... One of the absolute biggest things that I am really passionate about is the fact that when I give advice, my responsibility for that advice ends at the advice. And the reason why is because I can tell people to do something or not do something all day, every day, and yet they can choose to not follow my advice. And then I can get stressed, or I can get angry, or I can get upset at the fact that they didn't follow my advice, even though it was the best advice they've lost before, and then they fucked things up, and then they've done something. But my responsibility isn't there. My responsibility is I have given the advice. The advice is done. That's my responsibility over. You know? People have to make their own decisions, and a lot of a mistake is definitely more... making mistakes is a better teacher than just following somebody's advice. You know? Somebody learning through their own mistakes will always work harder. Like, will always hit harder. And sometimes it takes mistakes for people to really learn. Do you know what I mean? We really chose violence with this topic, huh? I will say... the topic I wasn't expecting to be quite as aggressive as this, because I feel like the vast majority of this community are not misogynistic. I feel like the vast majority, I would say all of this community are not misogynistic. I would say that nobody in this community is particularly sexist. I would say the majority of this community are not bigoted in any way, shape, or form. But there does seem to be some curveballs of people wanting to take the topic of conversation into a direction that I am not willing to take it on. You know? Capable of arguing about civilization years ago, too much stress from it. Took hours of my sanity thinking about the world. Don't think about the world. Think about your world. Think about what's in your world and what you can do to control it. You know? How's it going, Asticon? How you doing? What you can do to control your effect on the people around you. What you can do to control your effect on overall politics, your effect is being able to vote. Vote for the right party. Vote for the party that most aligns with your ideology. You know, if you're talking about politics, if you're not talking about politics, then just think about how you can make your house a better place to live. How you can make your friends happier and how they can be happy to be around you, you know? How you can be happy in and of yourself. Those are the things you can control in your world, so control them. TLDR, people using extremely limited and cherry-picked data sets to form their opinions. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely, for sure. What else happened during the documentary? I mean, it was fascinating, I will say. It was a very interesting view on the psychology, because a lot of it, what I think was most interesting for me is a lot of it was based in levels, deep levels of hypocrisy. As all of the misogyny is generally based within deep levels of hypocrisy. Like, for example, one of the influencers that they followed was HS Tiki Toki was their username. Harrison was their name. Now, it was interesting because I recently saw a YouTube video on Harrison about how he was trying to make a weird Mr. Beast knockoff where he was like, right, I've got my mates in a paddling pool in my garden and they're all blindfolded. And the last one to leave gets $5,000. But then by the end of the show, nobody won because they all cheated. And therefore nobody got the $5,000, and they've been complaining about being massively in debt and all kinds of shit. And it's like, okay, that's really interesting to see that YouTube video about this person who's crashing and burning because of their toxic masculinity. And then seeing what they were showing by being in fucking Marbella and all kinds of places on the documentary. They had no idea who Louis Theroux was. But it's the hypocrisy that I find really fascinating with it, because they were saying, like, they bought an agency that runs OnlyFans girls. That, like, they own an OnlyFans agency. But they hate OnlyFans models, think they're all whores, and generally horrifically demeaning to OnlyFans models, despite the fact that that is their business. So they were going around and with mass amounts of bravado, being like, I should be allowed to, I own all these models, but I fucking hate OnlyFans. And I love being surrounded by beautiful women in bikinis, but they're all sluts. And I wouldn't want to be with any of them because they're all slags. Oh, I'll shag them, but I wouldn't want to be with any of them because they're all slags. And it's like, are you seeing the control? And this is one of the things that Louis Theroux pointed out. Louis Theroux straight up was like, do you not think that's quite hypocritical? Like, that's like going into a gym and being like, hey, before we do our PT session, here's loads of donuts that I own. Here's the donut. Eat the donuts, eat the donuts, eat the donuts. Oh, you've eaten the donuts, you're a gluttonous pig. And his response was, well, if I own the gym and I own the donuts, then I'm winning either way. And it was just like the hypocrisy there. Very cognitive dissonance. Exactly that. Exactly that. It was just like, are you not getting, no? What the fuck? You promote all of these OnlyFans girls, then demean them all, and then call anyone who purchases into your business an idiot. What? How do you not think that's gonna backfire? Oh wait, now he's having lots and lots of money troubles. I wonder why. You know? Nirvana and R.E.M. so good when they came out. Oh yeah, absolutely. Hair metal got bigger and wilder and more makeup, and thus Valen was birthed. Honestly, yeah, accurate. I fucking love hair metal. Do I understand that it's hugely problematic? Yeah, massively. I'll be the first person to say it. But I enjoyed the riffs. I enjoyed the tunes. I enjoyed the songs, majoritively. Not all of them. Some of them made me deeply uncomfortable. Like, she's only 17. Nope. No. I'm out. Bye. See you later. Bye. Nope. One fan presenting person who was in the cult based on Anne Rice vampire chronicles. No idea. So interesting. Lost on me that one, I'm afraid. The so-called storylines. I'm gonna pass by your personal conversations. Fellow Swedes in chat, you made kladkaka? Is that how you pronounce it? Interesting. Nice. One of my partners is Swedish, and freshly made kladkaka is amazing. Yeah. Love it. Worst part of the other is waiting for them to cool out of the oven. Just having to wait for them to cool down enough so you don't melt your own face. It's not what this conversation is about. Yeah. I am not talking about prejudice against. I am happy, like, again, Fagoth, I don't know whether you're still here or not, because I realized that you got timed out there. I am happy to talk to you at some stage about respect towards various different people of various different religions, including Muslims. I have nothing against Muslims. I have nothing against anyone of any religion. I have things against organized religion overall. But I am not talking about prejudice against Muslims today. I am talking about misogyny and toxic male influences. Straight up. If you are desperately looking for me to find a comparison to ward off the dynamics of Andrew Tate being a Muslim, the mayor of New York is a Muslim, and apparently they're a really fucking excellent person. There you go. If that helps you just get past this point so we can get back to the topic of conversation, then sweet, we're good, you know. You give great advice. I take it into consideration, even if I don't follow it. Always follow it. It always gets considered, never ignored. I appreciate that. Love your advice. I appreciate that. I really do. I really do. Like I said, and it's, you've got to remember that it's taken from, like, even with people following or not following my advice, my years and years and years and years of experience of giving advice, because I've been quite the agony aunt over the years, has always been down to, I will give advice, but my responsibility for that advice needs to stop at the giving. I can't take responsibility for somebody choosing to follow or choosing not to follow my advice. You know? It's like, I've given this advice, you've chosen not to follow it, well then I am not responsible for your actions. You know? Do you remember when we were talking about my show and everything was nice and calm? That was nice. Good memories. Oh, yay. Favored humans. It's one of those things though, right? It's like, these conversations need to happen. Are they going to get heated? Yeah. I wasn't expecting them to get down this heated path by any stretch of the imagination. But they are going to get heated to a certain degree. Because there's a lot of passion, there's a lot of controversy, there's a lot of righteous anger in there. Completely understandably, for sure. You know? You can only control how you behave and ensure that you have good moral compass and willingness to learn and change. Absolutely. I always find it interesting how and why people do and don't do what they do. Well, the thing that you've got to remember, McChicken, or the way that I choose to remember it, is the fact that nearly everybody, not everybody, but I genuinely believe that nearly everybody in the world is doing the best that they can with what is available to them. Will that potentially be warped by influences like what we are talking about? Abso-fucking-lutely. But in that moment, that person is doing the best they can with what is available to them. Doing what they think is right. Whether it is right or not is obviously a matter of interpretation. But they will be doing what they think is right. The age-old phrase of the road to hell is paved with good intentions is constantly in my mind. Because I'm like, people think they're doing right. You know? And I genuinely just think that a lot of it comes down to being misguided in some way, shape, or form. Which is the reason why I try and be as patient and understanding and open-minded as I can be. Because I know that many people...
Most kind.
Max, you beautiful bean. I know that many people, it literally does come down to just being misguided. Like, they have never experienced X, Y, or Z. Or they've never experienced, like... transphobic people. There are a lot of transphobic people out there that are just absolutely vile, horrible, nasty individuals. There will be some transphobic people out there that have just never met a trans person. And they've been influenced and painted out to be like trans folks, these evil demons and what have you. And then when they meet somebody that's trans, they're like, oh, you're just like me. Well, shit. You know? A lot of it comes from ignorance, which is, again, why I try and be calm and patient and understanding so that I can help people. I don't want to convince people about things. I just want to make them think. Do you know what I mean? I just want to take a moment and just be like, hey, here's some things you might not have considered before. And then they turn around and go, oh, well, that's absolutely fucking awful and outrageous. And I'm like, cool, no worries. I just thought you should consider it. Or they do the other thing and they go, oh, no, you're right. I haven't considered that before. Interesting. Not going to apologize because apologies are banned here. Well done, well done. Maybe we're running to some other place someone's up. On Fake Off, I've got absolutely nothing against you by any stretch of the imagination. I understand what your point was that you were making. I just don't think that now was the right place to do it. Do you know what I mean? Now wasn't the right conversation to have that specific conversation. Do you know what I mean? Here's the cheeky kiss, though. Here you are. Take the cheeky kiss, you beautiful bean. Right, Dark Maker. I have inscribed your name on the mirror of vein, courtesy of Max. By having your name on the mirror of vein means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil, and of course you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, harra, sexy. Oh yes, meow. You know. Whoop. The fact that they beat up a predator when they are behaving in such a predatory way in terms of targeting the vulnerable makes me my eye twitch. Yeah. There is, I will say, if you watch the documentary, and I genuinely think the documentary is worth watching, to understand the dynamic. And I know a lot of people don't want to understand, but I think understanding is really important. The reason why I watched it is because I wanted to understand more. Even though I disagree, I will always disagree with misogyny. I will always disagree with toxic masculinity. I will always disagree with these things, but that doesn't mean that I don't want to understand more. I want to understand so that I can find better ways to convince people not to be toxic men. Or give more people things to think about so that they go, oh, do you know what? Maybe toxic masculinity is actually horrifically damaging for everyone involved. Do you know what I mean? Do you understand more of that? Yes. Yeah, massively so. Massively so. Like, I had always had a perspective that toxic male influencers were a lot of their bravado was based within deep insecurity and the constant need to prove their value. They need to justify their existence. And now, I'm not a psychologist. There was, like I said, we mentioned before about the fact that they didn't have any, a lot of them didn't have any predominant male role models in there. I think maybe it's the need to prove themselves to a non-existent father. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not going to get into that. Do you know what I mean? but there is a deep need to prove themselves in some way, shape, or form. And I think the difference now, or the learning that I have had, the understanding that I've had now, is that it's changed my understanding from it was a deep need to prove yourself to actually everything they do is projection. Everything they do is projection, and that projection is actually guided by a pyramid scheme that goes on behind the scenes. The documentary didn't really go into the pyramid scheme. It did talk about how Louis had invested £500 into the pyramid scheme, and came out into one of the advices, one of the financial advice systems that they'd come out with, and he'd lost nearly all of it. There we go. Other than feeling a bit sad about the Manosphere, was there any silver linings or opinion changing? I don't know about opinions changing. I don't think there was a silver lining. Oh, no, I think there was a silver lining. The silver lining is everyone that was involved in it, pretty much, apart from maybe one dude, pretty much every single person that was involved in it, very much, like Louis Theroux gave them the rope and they very much hung themselves with it. There was definitely a moment there was definitely like a point where a lot of HS TikTokies chat were being like, who the fuck is this old man? Who the fuck is this guy? Who Louis Theroux? Oh my god, he's best mates with Jimmy Savile. Oh my god, ask him about this, ask him about this, ask him about this. And I realized at that point that the HS TikToki was just a puppet for his chat. That's all he fucking was. Which meant that he just took the fucking blame. He was the face of the anonymous conglomerate of primordial ooze that's stuck at the bottom of the barrel, you know? But what was fascinating is that whole thing of being like, oh my god, who is this guy? Who is this guy? Who is this old man? Fucking old bloke, don't know nothing. Old bloke, who the fuck is this Louis Theroux? Who is this bloke? What other thing? And it reminded me, it instantly made me think of that point where Kanye West did a single with Paul McCartney from the Beatles. Kanye West did a song with Paul McCartney from the Beatles, and Kanye's crew, Kanye's audience, Kanye's following were like, oh, it's so nice of Kanye to have given this old man a chance. This old man he's gonna blow up now because of Kanye. Isn't Kanye so kind? Isn't he such a nice guy for giving this old guy a chance? And it's like, the Beatles were the biggest group in the biggest music group in history. I don't even like the Beatles, and I know that the Beatles are the biggest music group in history. But it is that level of naivety. That level of naivety where it's just like they have no fucking knowledge at all. What was also really interesting was the paranoia that's set in. Because these influencers didn't seem to know who the fuck Louis Theroux was, but when they started, and they agree, weirdly, and this blows my little mind. Why would you agree? I don't know why I'm asking. Of course, they agree for the attention. But, like, when a company approaches me, when a company approaches me about working with me about anything, I immediately Google the company. Immediately. Hey, Val, we'd like to work with you on this. Cool. Put their name into Google. Who the fuck are they? It seemed like none of these male influencers did a Google on who Louis Theroux was before agreeing to have a conversation with them. Apart from maybe 2. And they were just like, yeah, we'll meet up. Yeah, we'll talk. Yeah, we'll do this. Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be all right. Well, let's go. We'll have a chat. And then, hey, chat, I've agreed to do this documentary with Louis Theroux. And chat are like, oh my fucking God, he is going to absolutely rinse you. Oh my God, what? He's going to rinse me? Who the fuck is this guy? I didn't even know who he was. He just wanted to do a fucking thingy. Oh my God, I don't who the fuck is this guy? What the fuck? Do you know what I mean? Why would you agree to do a documentary with somebody if you don't know who they are? Oh my God. Itchiness. Blows my little mind. Miss Ghouls, how you doing? Right, hold on. Where was I? Few people think they're ever the bad guy in their story. Absolutely. Absolutely. As an aside, Tangible relate this people doing their best to what they have and never thinking that they are the baddie makes a superb backstory for villains with an actual story in TTRPG. This is very, very true. Very, very true. I know people are ignorant, but I still have the ability to have empathy for people that I've met, that I've never met. So I find it really difficult not to be annoyed and frustrated at people who have personally have something happen to them for them to get it. Yes, I agree with that to a certain degree, Rebel Nay. Absolutely. Because I struggle with that. But what I see it as, and there's something I think this documentary is very, very good at in regards to getting people to, well, getting me to understand a little bit more, is I'm like, I can see that the reason why they are so selfish and why they're so arrogant and why they're so narcissistic is because it's actually just a massive trauma defense. My stuff happened to me when I was younger, and I'm not like saying horrifically, the more abandonment issues happened when I was younger. I don't know how to deal with the fact that I wasn't wanted by, like, and I'm purely conjecturing here using a hypothetical situation. I can't deal with the fact that I, as a boy, was not acknowledged by my father as a man. I am deeply insecure about that fact. So I'm going to be selfish about it, because if he can only think about himself, then I should only think about myself, because how could somebody be so selfish as to ignore me? I was his child. Everyone, like, parents are meant to love their kid. Do you know what I mean? That's where the lack of empathy comes in. The vast majority of people are selfish because of a psychological condition like being psychopathic or sociopathic, or because of a trauma defense, because of the fact they just can't fucking take it anymore, because of the fact that they can't deal with the emotions of having to deal with other people anymore, because of the fact that they don't want to have to take everybody else's shit into consideration, so they're going to be selfish. From my experience, and again, I'm not a psychologist, but it makes sense. Oh, I'm starting to get a headache. Mine's the men I know who don't believe in women being harassed on the street because they have never seen it happen. Every time I tell them something that's just happened to me, they say I'm making it up because they never saw anything. Oh, hey, Lizana, why the fuck do you even hang around with these people? Fuck them off. They're not worth your attention. If they're refusing to see it because those are the type of people that something would happen in front of their face and they would find a way to justify it. Fuck them. Fuck them off. They're not worth your attention. Not worth being in your life at all. It's absolutely a documentary worth watching, even if it's a very uncomfortable subject. I personally had no clue there was so much anti-Semitism going on. Yeah, neither did I. I didn't realize there was quite so much anti-Semitism going on in that dynamic at all. I know a few friends who were harassed in it, sadly, almost daily. Yep. Yep. Absolutely. Unless you're a cisgender white man, there is a good chance that you will get harassed at least weekly by one of the various different groups of people. And I say that understanding my own privilege. Do you know what I mean? Is your name Kev? If you buy me a drink, it can be. Buy me a drink and a cheeky wink. Who knows? See where the night takes us. My dad has this thing where he's homophobic / racist, etc. All of them, basically, until he meets someone, and then it becomes all of them are XYZ except for this one. They're the exception. Like, no, you idiot. Yeah. I've met a lot of people like that. It's I'm not going to get into that conversation, but yeah, it's definitely an ongoing thing. All of them apart from this person that I've met. Absolutely. Not today. See you later. Bye. See you later. Bark for 5 gifted. That was weak. That was weak. Friend, I don't even know if you're still here, but friend, I'd chew up trolls for breakfast, all right? Happily feast upon them. That was so unbelievably weak. So the mods team were like, oh my God, really? Fucking get rid of this one. Jesus Christ. What I got from that, though, was that you want me to be your puppy. I'm sure I could message Amp and get a puppy ask, and do you know what I mean? Kind. Was that for not barking, Astacon? Did you gift 5 subs for not barking? Is that what's going on there? Amazing. Amazing. Fucking brilliant. Thank you so much, Astacon. That's very, very kind of you. Let me inscribe their names upon the mirror vein. Oh, for a moment there, I genuinely thought that the person that had just been banned had got gifted a sub, and I was like, that's hilarious. And finally, friends, if you are here and you're not lurking, please can you come out and say a massive thank you to Astacon. Astacon, thank you very much for giving those 5 subs. I've gifted those 5 subs and inscribed them upon the mirror vein. By having their names upon the mirror vein, it means they get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat. Of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, harra, sexy. Ooh, yes, me. Yeah, you know? Cheeky devil. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, all gents outside between, Miss Ghouls has redeemed a praise the mods. Could you please throw out some mod loves in the channel and say a massive thanks to those wonderful moderators?
Most kind.
You can use any kind of mod loves from any kind of channel. You can use any kind of love hearts from any kind of channel. Say a massive thank you to those wonderful mods. God damn it.
Subscribe.
Euro Papa as well. Kind. Oh my lordy. Oh my lordy. And Astacon gifting a sub to Timu Troll. Oh my lordy. And then, let's scroll up a wee bit. Whoop. All the emotes, yes. And the last one. By having your names on the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat. Of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes, but the most important thing is you gotta roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy, ooh, yes, meow, you know? Thank you very much. You're a puppy, you beautiful being. I stop down from leaving. I'm not leaving yet. I'm not leaving yet. I've also got stuff to talk about. You know what I mean? Oh my fucking God.
Most kind.
Fuck. I ache too much for this. Thank you very much, Rach, for gifting us up to Coco Van, which is what I was called over the weekend. Coco Van, your name is inscribed upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat and album. Snapchat, of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But goddamn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Ooh, yes, me. You know? My brain's hurting now.
Pander to my ego. Pander to it. Pander to it.
Astconoods.
Confound thee, Astconoods. Wonder if you can do that with speech in one breath. Yeah, but it'd have to be very fast. It'd have to be very, very fast. They're also growing up with social media. Seems to have no clue on fact checking. Yeah, because you don't need to fact check. When you grow up with social media, the idea of fact checking becomes superfluous because you grow up with something like Facebook and everything's on your feed. Why would you ever question it? Oh, excuse me. But that's something that they like. Fact checking is not something that people teach in school. Well, very few. It's just like, this is the answer. People go, okay, that's the answer. I've just got to repeat that answer. You know? So somebody sees something online and it's just like, yeah, that's the answer. And it's like, no. To be able to understand, to be able to understand more how they think and how they get into that situation is a great thing. With being trans, it would be useful to have a similar documentary with a community who hate the LGBTQI community, especially trans. Even though it would be extremely painful to watch, learning and education is important. Yeah, absolutely. Most of it, like I say, is ignorance. But no fucking idea. They don't know anybody. If Louis Theroux approached me to do a documentary, I'd assume I'd royally fucked up somewhere and go into hiding. Yeah, I don't know. I'd be interested to find out where they go with it. If Louis Theroux approached me about doing a documentary, I'd be like, all right, I'm intrigued. Because especially since seeing the interview, like, I think originally I probably would have been a similar sort of dynamic, actually, Rach. But I think now, having seen an interview with him where he's just like, actually, I just find different people really interesting, so I go in to try and work out what the fuck is going on there. Because I don't understand it. I'd be like, all right, yeah, what do you want to know? But I'm also relatively confident that there's not much that I could do that would be... Like, I would have the same conversations with him as I'd have with all of you. Do you know what I mean? So if Louis Theroux approached me about doing a documentary, I'd be like, cool, yeah. What do you want to know? I'm pretty chill. I'm pretty relaxed. I'm pretty okay with stuff. Like, you want to know about certain aspects of my life, I'll share what I'm comfortable sharing. Sure, no issues. I got no qualms. What have I got to worry about? I'm pretty comfortable with... Like, I'm very honest to all of you here about everything in my life. So why would I not be honest with him there, do you know? Love the Beatles so much that if you ever are on a game show and need guest Beatles song, you can phone a friend, call me. I will do. I'll remember that. Thanks very much, Roland. Fact-checking critical thinking is an art skill that is rapidly becoming more important in the world of AI-generated content, but it seems to be more and more rare. Yes, but on the other side of things, Shade and Sunshine, the more AI content that goes out there, the more people are going to crave something real. And as a result of them craving something real, they will turn away from creators like the ones we're talking about. Like government ministers talking on bigoted podcasts, which probably happened with more than one minister. Oh yeah, probably, not really. But a lot of the ministers don't really know much about podcasts, I don't think. I think there's a massive technological generational pause that exists. All right, cool. Going out with nonsense at a level my mother has spouted at me, so I can't decide whether it's arrogance, stupidity, both. They didn't research something. Who was doing the documentary on them? Yeah, they just didn't. They didn't do any research, because the thing you've got to remember about a lot of these influencers is they are inherently arrogant and inherently narcissistic. And as a result of that inherent arrogance and narcissistic, which is a projection of their trauma response of just defending themselves and having to have that bravado of being the absolute best male that could ever have possibly fucking existed, because why would their father have ever abandoned them anyway? They
refuse to acknowledge that they could do anything wrong. And when they are doing something wrong and they get caught out for it, they go out of their way to try and turn the tables to make Louis feel like he's the one on the back foot. Oh, I hear you're best mates with Jimmy Savile. What do you think about the war in Iraq? Or what do you think about the war in Palestine? Just out of the blue, nothing relevant at all. Here's a curveball question to throw you off guard because I don't like the way that you're making me feel. You know, Rust on the stream in 6 countries. It will probably happen. Unfortunately, it'll probably happen more. You know, different coping mechanisms to basically protect themselves, or the idea of them. Yeah, honestly, yeah. They are protecting themselves from the fact that they are deeply insecure. And what I found really, really interesting, there was one phrase that was just it was a pretty throwaway phrase that was used by one of the fans of these male toxic influencers, the Manosphere influencers. One of the fans said, "We don't believe in depression."
Pander to my ego, pander to it, pander to it!
Valen. I just got a notification if certain things are done, a hype train will start.
No, lies.
Why?
No, lies. All lies and deceit. All lies and deceit. If a hype train starts, I'll end stream immediately so you can't continue it. What was I saying? Can't remember. Oh yeah, protecting themselves. Yeah. Mods only they play with your food for so long as it's interesting. No, it's just we're having a pretty serious conversation, so there's not really room for playing with trolls at the moment. Not alongside everything else, you know. Put mask in lease, let's go, yeah. Someday will be a place of time, like watching people grow. No worries. No worries, not a problem at all. You stay here, Val? I'm staying here. I'm not going anywhere. Actually, I probably should. It's really fucking late here, and I have got a horrific headache because I've been staring at a light for 4 hours. I was taught that in school and consider myself extremely fortunate. Yeah, the vast majority of people don't question things. Because why would they? There's no reason to question something. Unless you are given a reason to question something, why would you question it? You know? People seem to forget about the unreliable narrator. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And especially considering in this day and age, schools are more treated and run more like businesses, where students' grades are the product. When you start realizing that schools are run like businesses where students' grades are the products, you don't give a shit about them questioning things. You don't give a shit about whether they do or do not do education. You just want them to repeat the same shit that you want them to repeat so that they get the grades, and then you get thumbs up. You get more money. Well done. You get your budget again. You know? I think I may just watch it tonight just for the insight. Then I'll also understand more about the conversation that's happening this evening. It's a very, very interesting documentary. I was expecting to be angry. I ended up just sad. In fact, before I watched it, Chunk said, you should watch this. It'll be an interesting topic of conversation on stream, which it has been. You will feel anger, you will feel despair, and you will feel a deep level of sadness. And that is exactly what I feel. I feel anger from the injustice of a lot of it. I feel despair at the fact that people can just believe shit like that. And I just feel a deep sadness. Because these people are pitiful as shit. And they have no idea about it. They have no idea that everything, all of their bravado makes them more, like, they have
so much bravado because they're genuinely afraid of ever appearing weak, but that bravado makes them weak. It makes them appear weak. Because a truly strong person doesn't need to justify their own existence. A self-confident person, a person that feels right in and of themselves, that feels confident in themselves, doesn't need to prove it. They don't need to flash the cash. They don't need to talk about their earnings. They don't need to constantly fucking show off their Lamborghinis and shit. They don't need to do any of that shit. They can just exist in the knowledge that they're doing all right. Or they're doing well. You know? I have to tell my kitten it's sleep time now. If he decides to zoom when I start switching lights off, oh god. There was one high-ranking one in Germany, former Minister of Health, who officially declared not responsible for €1 million COVID mask deal. When he went on a podcast with an anti-feminist, anti-trans podcaster and agreed to a lot of what the guy said. The minister himself is gay, go figure. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I wish it did, but it doesn't these days. It just doesn't. I mean, offline hype trains are still a thing. No, they're not. No. No, definitely not. No, don't know what you're talking about. As soon as I end stream, it disconnects all of Twitch, the entire platform. All right. Lack of sleep. Yeah, lack of sleep is definitely a thing. I've been drinking my water. Water has been drunk. Must have something in the water has been swimming head and a little migrainey for the last few hours. I mean, mine's definitely because I've been sat here for nearly 4.5 hours staring at a bright light when I'm already... I've talked about the fact that I've definitely got a lurgy in my system. I think it's just like, yeah, I've been staring at a bright light for a while. You're going to suffer. And you don't know... I don't normally stream this long on Monday night, but the conversation's been really interesting, you know? I feel long anger, despair, or sadness about them. They just are. Yeah, they are. They just are. And you don't have to feel anger or sadness. I don't feel anger. I don't feel anger about them. I feel anger about the unjustness that they cause. I don't feel despair about them. I feel despair about the misguided influence that they have. But I do feel sad about them. I do feel sad. Not in an excuse kind of way. Not in a oh, you're so pitiable that excuses everything you've ever done ever, because it definitely doesn't. A reason does not an excuse make. Just because they have reasons for the way they behave does not excuse their behavior. But I do feel sad. I feel sad for them. I feel like they're pretty fucking pathetic and pitiable, you know? What may bring you a new sense of tranquility and peace instead of what you feel about them is recognizing what may invoke thoughts and vibes of, oh my god, this is horrific, this is vile, this is depraved in the culture of another people, another part of the way. It was just that it's just to them, it's another Tuesday. No, that doesn't bring me any consideration. My moral sense of justice is far too strong for that. I can't separate things out like that. I'm very good at compartmentalizing, but when it comes to morals, I'm like, nope, that's just wrong. But then I have the way of justifying why it's wrong. That is wrong because that is going to hurt other people around you. That's all the justification I really need. Lions justice in the land of lions. Crocodile's justice in the crocodile lands. Yeah, but that doesn't change moral justice. There's a difference between legal justice and moral justice. And my moral justice doesn't change because of the fact that a culture is different. I can respect the fact that a culture is different. They don't say the same justice. Yeah, but how does that affect my justice? Like, I'm not going to suddenly be okay with, like, let's take an extreme. Like, I'm not suddenly going to be okay with, like, sexual assault
which is something that I feel very, very passionately about, because another culture sees it as socially acceptable. Yeah, you're not listening to the conversation just and not talking about the same subject. Yeah, I'm not sure where you're going with it. I'm not sure where you're going with it. But I think Finley's advice of bedtime and painkillers is probably a good one there before I start getting into it. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. How's it going, Safi? You've come in just as we're closing up, Safi. You're coming just as we're closing up. Right, friends. I'm going to go raid somebody. We're going to go throw some love at another delightful individual, because we always go do that. We've been having a real deep conversation. I've got a real bad headache.
Yeah, you subscribed. Most kind.
Rach, thank you very much for giving a sub to Safi Pie. I shall now inscribe your name on the mirror vein. Saw Safi Pie on Friday. So we're doing some video work. Peachy and I watched that last night. I found it fascinating. I found it really, really interesting. I watched it today. And my overall view is that I was expecting to be angry and I've left just sad. You know? By having your name on the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat. Of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you gotta roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But goddamn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, harra, sexy. Oh, yes, me. Yeah, you know. Give my love to Peachy. Expressing things from a place of trying to make me feel better while still acknowledging people will be the way they will be. Yeah, but the way that you're phrasing it, Faye, is not hitting right. Okay, I can understand where you're coming from and stuff, but just be understanding of the fact that the way that you're phrasing things isn't coming across correctly. The way, maybe it's because there's no body language, maybe it's because there's no tone of voice, and I'm just thinking, right, Faye, stop, please, because you're going to piss off one of the mods and get banned. And that is your final warning, okay? That's it. Straight up. Because now you are arguing with the mods. Not okay with that. I found it quite horrifying. Peachy kept on asking if I wanted to stop because my face was giving away my emotions. I just found it quite sad. I just found it quite sad, to say the least. And again, just reiterating that the reasons do not make excuses. Just because I have a better understanding of the nature of these things and the projection that these people cause, and the fact that their bravado is basically the most pitiable thing about them, doesn't excuse any of their behavior, and I find their behavior very, very disgusting. But I just was like, yeah, you're all just very, like, most of the time when I see toxic male influencers, it just boils my piss. I get really, really fucking angry. And I watched that documentary and I was just like, no, you're just sad. Like, you're just really, really pathetic individuals. You know? Basically what I came out with it. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Right! Friends! Let's go raid somebody. Let's go throw some love at another delightful individual. And before we go and do that... Oh, I've already done that. You've already thrown mod loves out. Have you thrown them out? You haven't thrown mod loves out. Give me some mod loves for the moderators. I'm getting all confused now. Give me some mod loves for the moderators. Give me some mod loves from the moderators. Yes, mod loves from the moderators. Mod loves, moderators. Give me mod loves that I can throw out for my moderators as well, because they're glorious and spectacular. Mods, thank you, especially today. Especially today, thank you for being on it. I really, really appreciate it. You are beautiful, you are glorious, you are spectacular. We had some curveballs there we weren't fully expecting. and you were on it, and I really, really, really appreciate that. I literally couldn't do this without you, so thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Friends, if you can stick around for the raid, even if it's on like 5-10 minutes, I would really, really appreciate it, just to go throw some love at another delightful individual. If you're a subscriber, please copy and paste the first raid message. If you're not a subscriber, please copy and paste the second raid message. I know who we're going to go raid, because it's their birthday. It's their birthday. We raided them relatively recently, but it's their birthday, so I'm going to go raid them. Because why wouldn't I do that? Because why wouldn't I do that? Friends, we're going to go raid Selena. Selena's birthday today. I wouldn't have raided her the other day if I'd have realized it was her birthday today. That was outrageous. Do you know what I mean? That was outrageous. But yeah, we're going to go raid Selena, our glorious leader. If you're not in the raid up at the top of stream, could you please click on the link that I have just thrown out there so we can go throw some love at Selena as it is her birthday. It would be very, very nice to do so. Friends, thank you so much for being here. Thanks so much for the raids, the subs, the gift subs, all the cheeky little bitties. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Thanks so much for the follows. Thanks so much for the lurks. Thanks so much for joining in the conversation. The conversation took a variety of different turns, but I very, very much appreciate the conversation that was had. You beautiful individuals. Don't forget to hydrate before you go to bed and all that jazz. Absolutely. Now, I was meant to do Bob Ross tonight, but I completely fucking forgot about it until halfway through the stream tonight. So I'll be doing Bob Ross next Monday. However, my next stream will be tomorrow at 1 p.m. GMT. That's 1 p.m. British time, where we will be doing some, well, the game vote. We'll do a nice chill indie selection of puzzly games game vote for all of you to pick from, because that's the way we do things on a Tuesday. So friends, until tomorrow, don't do anything I wouldn't do. Because if I wouldn't do it, it'll fucking kill you. I'll see you all later. Bye-bye.